Tonight, you are about to uncover a timeless secret, a secret that Buddhist monks have passed down through centuries of practice, a secret that has soothed restless minds and carried countless seekers into the deepest states of peace and rest. It is not a trick, nor a technique that requires years of discipline. Instead, it is a gentle invitation into a way of being, a doorway into stillness that has always been within you. I will be guiding you through 10 remarkable Zen stories, each one carrying its own hidden treasure, a key to silence the restless chatter of the mind and open the gates to profound relaxation and effortless sleep. These are not ordinary bedtime tales. They are living teachings that have inspired millions of people to let go of stress, release their grip on worry, and discover a kind of rest that feels like being carried on a quiet stream, safe and free. What makes this different from the sleep meditations you may have tried before is simple. It works even if your mind refuses to be quiet. It works even if you've never practiced meditation before. It works even if you've struggled for years, searching for calm, yet finding yourself tangled again and again in restless thought. The Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." And tonight, in the next few hours, you will not only hear these words, you will begin to feel them alive inside you. You'll discover how to make them part of your own life in the simplest and most natural way. As we journey through tales of empty boats, wise monks, and unexpected moments of awakening, you may notice something gentle unfolding within you. Without effort, without forcing anything, your body will begin to release tension. The knots in your mind will begin to loosen. Thoughts that once rushed like a storm will soften into a breeze. And before you even realize it, you'll be resting in a state of peace, so natural, so effortless, that sleep will come like a dear old friend, arriving at just the right time. So before we begin, take a moment now to make yourself truly comfortable. Adjust your pillow, soften your blanket around you, and allow the bed to hold the full weight of your body. You no longer need to carry yourself. You are supported. You are safe. Now gently close your eyes. Take one long, slow breath in, and then exhale fully, letting go. Feel the way your body softens, as if the earth itself has drawn you into its embrace. With that one breath, you have already stepped across the threshold. You are beginning a journey that has been waiting for you since the beginning of time. Let us begin. Our first story begins beside a quiet river, where the water flows like liquid glass and the air is touched by the cool scent of evening. Here, on these gentle waters, a lesson about the nature of our own reactions awaits. This is the Zen story of the empty boat. There once lived a man who found deep joy in rowing his small boat on the river. Each evening, when the sun slid toward the horizon and the world was wrapped in golden light, he would push his boat into the current. He loved the solitude, the way the water carried him, the way the silence of nature seemed to wash his heart clean. One such evening, as he paddled slowly, lost in the simple beauty of the moment, he noticed another boat drifting toward him. At first it seemed far away, but soon he realized it was on a direct path toward his own. Calmly, he called out, "Be careful, please steer aside." But the boat did not change its course. A little uneasy now, he raised his voice. "Move aside, you're coming too close." Yet still the boat floated straight at him, unresponsive. His peaceful state was broken. His joy turned to frustration. The river that had felt so calm moments ago now carried him toward a collision. His body grew tense, his voice sharp, his mind filled with anger at the unseen, careless person who seemed to be ignoring him. The boat struck with a dull thud, the sound echoing across the still water. He braced himself, ready to unleash his anger. But when he looked inside the boat, he froze. There was no one there. The boat was empty. It had simply drifted on the current, carried by the flow of the river. In an instant, his anger melted away. He sat in silence, staring at the empty vessel, and then at himself. What had really changed? The boats had still collided. The situation was the same, yet his entire experience was transformed, because he realized there was no intention behind it. No one had wronged him. His suffering had come not from the collision, but from his belief that someone had been careless, disrespectful, or hostile toward him. The river was simply the river. The boat was simply a boat. His mind had filled in the rest. The Buddha once said, "You will not be punished for your anger. You will be punished by your anger." This truth, simple yet profound, shines with perfect clarity in the story of the empty boat. The punishment is not something handed down by another. It is not an external consequence. It is the inner fire we set ablaze in ourselves. Anger burns the one who carries it before it ever reaches the world. What we often discover is that our frustration, our resentment, our sharp reactions do not truly arise from events themselves, but from the stories we weave around them. Our mind is quick to create narratives, to fill the silence with imagined intentions. The boat drifts toward us, and instead of seeing wood and water, we see insult, disrespect, hostility. The storm brews, not outside but within. Why does the mind cling this way? In Zen, the answer lies in the nature of the ego. The ego is the part of us that insists on separateness. It whispers that I must be protected, I must be acknowledged, I must be validated. When a driver cuts us off on the road, the ego cries, "How dare they treat me like this?" When a co-worker walks past without a greeting, the ego concludes that they must not respect me. When a friend does not respond to a message, the ego feels abandoned, wounded, diminished. Yet how often are these merely empty boats? The driver may be rushing toward a hospital with a trembling heart. The co-worker may be carrying the silent weight of family grief. The friend may be lost in the heavy fog of depression, barely able to answer anyone. And still, without knowing, we project malice or carelessness, creating pain where none was intended. Zen practice teaches us to recognize this pattern through mindfulness. Instead of fusing with every thought that arises, we learn to observe them gently. As clouds drifting through a wide sky, we can notice the early signals of anger, the tightening chest, the rising heat in the face, the quickening breath, the narrowing vision. In Zen, these sensations are not enemies to resist, but bells of mindfulness, reminders to pause and look deeply. The 13th century Zen master Dogen said, "To study the way of the Buddha is to study the self. To study the self is to forget the self. And to forget the self is to be awakened by all things." When we let go of the ego's constant need to assert and defend, we step into a vast openness. The boats are no longer personal affronts. They are simply boats drifting on the great river of life. Events happen, but they are no longer sharpened by our projections. They simply are. The Buddha also taught, holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. Every time we react in anger, we become the first to suffer. The heat of it scars us before it touches anyone else. But when we see clearly, when we recognize the empty boats in our lives, we place the coal back on the ground. We refuse to burn ourselves for illusions. Tonight, as you drift deeper into this journey, bring to mind a moment from your own day. Perhaps there was a sharp word, a cold glance, a delay, a moment where you felt dismissed or offended. Hold it gently in your awareness. Ask yourself, was this truly a deliberate slight, or was it an empty boat filled by my own story. Can I soften the grip of judgment, even just a little? Notice how, when the story dissolves, the heaviness in the heart begins to dissolve too. In that release, a quiet freedom appears. A freedom that does not depend on others behaving differently, but blossoms simply because you have chosen not to carry the weight of anger. As the Buddha said, peace comes from within. Do not seek it without. The tranquility you long for has always been here. It emerges the moment we stop filling the empty boats of life with our ego stories. When we allow things to simply be what they are, we discover a peace so steady, so natural. It feels like resting in the flow of the river itself. Now let us leave the river behind and walk with quiet steps along a winding mountain path where silence clings to the pines and the wind hums softly through the stones. Here, high in the stillness of the forest, a monk will face an unexpected challenge, one that carries a timeless teaching. This is the story of the monk and the tiger. Once, in a monastery nestled deep among the mountains, there lived a wise and gentle monk. Each day, he wandered through the forest in quiet contemplation. He listened to the rustle of leaves, the call of distant birds, the rhythm of his own footsteps upon the path. In every sound, in every breeze, he felt the living presence of the Buddha's teaching. These walks were his meditation, his way of dissolving into the world just as it was. One day, as he strolled along a narrow cliffside trail, the peace was broken by a sound that shook the air, a deep, thunderous roar that rolled through the forest like a storm. The monk froze. His heart beat wildly in his chest. Turning, he saw a great tiger emerging from the shadows of the trees. Its eyes blazed. Its body surged forward with terrifying speed, muscles rippling like waves beneath its striped fur. Instinct took over. The monk ran. His robes fluttered like wings behind him as his sandals struck the earth. The tiger roared again, closer now, the sound reverberating through the mountain air. Then, as he rounded a bend, the monk saw a thick vine dangling from the side of the cliff. Without thinking, he grasped it and swung himself over the edge. Clinging tightly as he lowered himself down, his breath came fast, his body trembled. But for a brief moment he felt a sliver of hope. That hope vanished when he looked down. At the base of the cliff, pacing and growling, another tiger waited. Its golden eyes glared upward, sharp teeth flashing between snarls. The monk was trapped. Death above, death below. He dangled between the two, the vine his only lifeline. As he hung there, fear tightening around his chest, something small and unexpected caught his eye. Growing from a crack in the rock beside him was a fragile green plant, and upon it, glistening in the light, hung a single ripe, red strawberry. The monk paused. The roar of the tigers faded into the background. The fear that gripped him loosened its hold. With one free hand, he reached out gently and plucked the strawberry. Bringing it to his lips, he tasted its sweetness. It was fresh, vivid, perfect, sweeter than any fruit he had ever eaten. In that instant, the world narrowed to a single truth. This strawberry, this taste, this moment. The tigers, the cliff, even the certainty of danger, all of it fell away. For that fleeting breath of time, there was only life as it was unfolding, simple, beautiful, complete. The monk smiled. Though he could not change his circumstances, he had found a freedom greater than safety, the freedom to be fully alive in the present moment. The Buddha once said, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment." And so the monk discovered that even surrounded by fear, even standing at the edge of death, peace was not lost. It was hidden in the sweetness of a single strawberry, waiting to be tasted. This story reveals a profound truth about the human condition. Life is always uncertain. Tigers of fear and tigers of loss may appear before us and behind us. But in every moment, there is also a strawberry, something small, vivid, and alive, that can bring us back to the fullness of now. When we choose to taste it, we discover that the present moment, no matter how fleeting, is the only true refuge. We spend much of our lives suspended between two tigers, the regrets and wounds of our past, and the fears and anxieties of our future. Like the monk dangling from the vine, we are caught in between, unable to climb back, unable to leap forward, and yet still here, still breathing in the present moment. Why is it so difficult to remain here, where life actually happens? Zen Buddhism reminds us that our minds evolved as tools of survival. They scan for danger, replay old mistakes to prevent new ones, and constantly project into the future, preparing for threats that may never come. What once kept us alive in the wilderness becomes, in the silence of our modern lives, a source of deep suffering. The mind's restless vigilance pulls us away from the only place where peace can be found, the now. Look into your own heart and experience how much of your pain arises not from this very moment, but from thoughts of yesterday and tomorrow. The harsh words you wish you had never spoken, the opportunity that slipped away, the relationship that ended and left you aching. These are the tigers above. They loom over you, reminding you of what cannot be undone. And then the tigers below. The anxieties that gnaw at the edges of your peace. The meeting next week, the medical results, the shifting sands of money and security, the countless what-ifs that may never arrive, but still command your attention. These tigers prowl with you, always hungry, always waiting. Caught between them, we often forget the strawberry. Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh once said, "The present moment is filled with joy and happiness. If you are attentive, you will see it." The strawberry is that joy, the simple, immediate sweetness that is always available, even in the midst of difficulty. It does not erase the reality of the tigers, but it gives us a different way of relating to them. The strawberry might be the warmth of sunlight on your face, the laughter of a child, the taste of a simple meal, the sound of rain on the window, the comfort of your own bed. Or perhaps it is something so ordinary we often overlook it, the miracle of a single breath, entering and leaving the body without effort. These are the strawberries scattered along our path, waiting to be noticed, waiting to be saved. The Japanese phrase ishigo, ishi, expresses this truth beautifully. It means one time, one meeting. Each moment is unique, unrepeatable, a gift that will never return in quite the same way. When we recognize the preciousness of this, we naturally want to be fully present, regardless of our circumstances. The Buddha once said, "The secret of health for both mind and body is not to mourn for the past, not to worry about the future, not to anticipate troubles, but to live wisely and earnestly in the present moment." This is the wisdom of the strawberry. So tonight, as you lie here, notice where your attention goes. Does it wander back to yesterday's conversations? Does it rush forward into tomorrow's responsibility? Each time you notice, gently guide your awareness back to what is here now, the weight of the blanket resting on your body, the rhythm of your breathing, the quiet embrace of this moment. This is your strawberry, small, simple, complete. Taste it fully, rest in it deeply. The Buddha also taught, there is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path. When you bring your full presence to the sweetness available here and now, you are already walking that path. Happiness is the path. When we learn to savor the strawberries along our journey, we begin to realize something profound. Peace does not wait for the tigers to vanish. It is not dependent on danger disappearing or life becoming easy. It is available even here, even now, in the very presence of our challenges. Our next story, told by the Buddha himself, reveals another essential truth about the nature of suffering. Through a simple but powerful metaphor, the Buddha showed his disciples, and us, the way to freedom from unnecessary pain. This is the story of the two arrows. Long ago, the Buddha sat quietly with his disciples in a forest clearing. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves shimmering like green silk in the sunlight. Birds sang softly in the branches above, and the air was filled with the fragrance of wildflowers. It was in moments like these, where the natural world mirrored peace, that the Buddha often spoke of the human heart and its struggles. On this day, one disciple, heavy with sorrow, stepped forward. He bowed deeply before the Buddha and spoke, "Master, I do not understand. Everywhere I look, there is pain. People suffer illness, loss, disappointment. Even in times of joy, fear seems to linger nearby, waiting. Why is suffering such a constant companion in life? And how can we possibly find peace amidst so much of it?" The Buddha gazed at the disciple with eyes full of compassion. He could feel the heaviness in his follower's question, and he knew it was not the disciple alone who wondered this, but all of humanity. With a gentle voice, he began, "Imagine a person walking through the forest, and suddenly they are struck by an arrow. The sharp pain pierces the body. This pain is real. It cannot be avoided. This is the first arrow." The disciples leaned closer, listening intently. They understood. The first arrow symbolized the unavoidable pains of life: sickness, aging, loss, the moments when life itself pierces us with its sharpness. The Buddha continued, "But now imagine this same person, struck by the first arrow, being pierced again by a second arrow. This second arrow does not come from the outside world. It is created by the mind. It is the anger, the resentment, the fear, the sorrow that we add on top of the pain. This is the second arrow." The Buddha paused, allowing the image to sink into their hearts. The forest grew still around them, as if the trees themselves were listening. "You see," he said softly, "while the first arrow is inevitable, the second arrow is optional. The first arrow is the natural pain of being human. The second arrow is the suffering we create by resisting, by clinging, by making stories around what has already happened. It is our reaction that deepens the wound." The disciples sat in silence, reflecting. They began to see how in their own lives the second arrow struck again and again. A pain in the body was magnified by frustration and complaint. A loss was made heavier by endless replaying in the mind. A harsh word became not only the sting of the moment, but a lasting wound, kept alive by anger and resentment. The Buddha's teaching was simple, yet radical. The first arrow we cannot escape, but the second arrow, this we need not accept. This is where freedom lies. When we are struck by the first arrow, the Buddha explained, we must recognize it clearly for what it is: a natural part of life. No human being escapes pain. No life unfolds without loss, illness, disappointment, or grief. These are the first arrows, unavoidable, woven into the very fabric of existence. But the Buddha also reminded his disciples of the second arrow, the one we create ourselves. This arrow is not carved of wood and stone, but of thought and emotion. It pierces not the body, but the heart and mind. Through mindfulness and understanding, he said, we can learn not to let this second arrow strike us. The disciple, beginning to understand, leaned forward with earnestness and asked, "Master, how can we avoid the second arrow? How can we keep from adding to our suffering? The Buddha smiled gently, as if he had heard this question 1,000 times and yet still felt compassion for it each time. By practicing mindfulness, he said, when pain arises, acknowledge it. Do not push it away. Do not cling to it. Do not turn it into a story. Simply see it as it is, an arrow, a sensation, an event passing through. When you bring awareness without judgment, the pain remains only what it is. It does not grow into suffering. Then the Buddha spoke words that continue to echo through centuries. Pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional. The disciples sat in silence, their hearts stirred by the clarity of this truth. We cannot avoid all pain in life. The arrows of illness, aging, loss, and disappointment will always find us. But the second arrow, the arrow of resistance, resentment, and fear, this one we do not have to carry. This is where our power lies. Why then do we so often wound ourselves again and again with these second arrows? Zen Buddhism points to 3 habits of the conditioned mind. The first habit is aversion. When something unpleasant arises, physical discomfort, emotional hurt, the mind recoils. It says, I don't want this. This should not be happening. That resistance creates a tightness, a pushing against reality, which multiplies the original pain. The second habit is identification. We collapse into the experience and think, I am in pain, I am suffering. Pain becomes not just something passing through us, but a definition of who we are. The headache, the grief, the disappointment. Suddenly it becomes me. Yet if we can shift the perspective ever so slightly, there is pain being experienced. We create space. We remain larger than the pain. We remember that it is only one wave in the vast ocean of our being. The third habit is proliferation. The mind's tendency to spin stories upon stories, multiplying our arrows. A simple headache quickly becomes, what if this is serious? What if I can't work tomorrow? Why does this always happen to me? What if it never goes away? Each thought is another arrow, each story another wound. In this way, we strike ourselves over and over with arrows that were never there to begin with. These habits operate quietly, often without our awareness. That is why the Buddha emphasized mindfulness as the remedy. With mindfulness, we notice the aversion as it arises. We feel the pull of identification before it overtakes us. We see the stories beginning to multiply, and we gently let them go. Through this practice, the second arrow falls from our hand. Through mindfulness practice, we begin to develop a new kind of vision, an inner clarity that allows us to see the mind's patterns as they unfold. Slowly, patiently, we learn to distinguish between the unavoidable first arrow of pain and the optional second arrows that our thoughts and emotions create. The Buddha once said, "What you think, you become. What you feel, you attract. What you imagine, you create." This teaching reminds us of the incredible creative power of the mind. Our thoughts are not just fleeting clouds in the sky. They shape the very landscape of our inner world. Each time we respond to pain with aversion, with identification, with proliferation, we weave unnecessary suffering. But each time we meet pain with mindful awareness, with patience, with acceptance, we plant the seeds of healing, resilience, and even wisdom. Consider, for a moment, a personal disappointment, perhaps a rejection, a failure, or a painful loss. The first arrow is the event itself, the letter of refusal, the closed door, the ending you did not choose. Along with it comes the natural wave of grief, sadness, or frustration. That is unavoidable. That is simply being human. But then the second arrows begin to fly. Thoughts whisper, "This always happens to me," spreading the pain across the whole of your life. I'll never succeed, echoing with despair. I should have done better, piercing with self-criticism. This isn't fair, tightening with resistance to reality. Each of these thoughts compounds the wound, adding layer upon layer of suffering, beyond the original hurt. Zen teacher Charlotte Joko Beck once said, "Pain is not something to be avoided, it is something to be experienced without resistance." This is the very heart of working skillfully with the first arrow. We don't deny pain. We don't pretend it doesn't sting. Instead, we lean in gently with curious and compassionate attention, allowing the pain to be what it is without the added weight of judgment, resistance, or storytelling. The Buddha also said, if you are facing in the right direction, all you need to do is keep walking. The right direction is not away from our pain, but toward it, with awareness, with kindness, with patience. Each time we turn toward difficulty, instead of away, we grow in our capacity to meet life as it is. We learn to sit with discomfort, to breathe with sorrow, to cradle our wounds without piercing ourselves with more arrows. So tonight, as you rest, you might notice sensations in your body or emotions stirring in your heart. Can you pause and ask, is this the first arrow or the second? Can you allow the inevitable pains of life, physical tension, emotional tenderness, or restless thoughts to be met with kind awareness rather than resistance? For as the Buddha said, the way is not in the sky, the way is in the heart. Freedom from suffering is not found by running from our humanity, but by embracing it with wisdom and compassion. And now, let us turn to another story, a story that speaks directly to the universal nature of loss and to the healing power of shared humanity. It is the story of Kisa Gotami and the mustard seed. Long ago, there lived a young woman named Kisa Gotami. She was known in her village as gentle, compassionate, and deeply devoted to her family. But her life was torn apart when her only child, her beloved son, fell gravely ill and died. Overwhelmed by grief, Kisa could not accept the truth of his passing. Clutching his small lifeless body to her chest, she wandered the dusty streets, knocking on every door, pleading with trembling voice, "Please help me, my son is dead. Is there anyone who can bring him back to life? Is there anyone who can cure him? Is there anyone who can save my son?" Her voice cracked as she went from door to door, clutching her child's still body. But everywhere she turned, the answer was the same. Some shook their heads in sorrow, others gently closed their door. Every rejection pressed upon her chest like a stone, and with each step, her grief grew heavier, her heart aching with the weight of despair. At last, her wandering brought her to a wise elder who saw her suffering and took pity on her. The elder said softly, "Go to the Blessed One, the Buddha. If anyone can help you, it will be him." A flicker of hope lit up Kisa's eyes. She hurried to the monastery, her feet stumbling on the dusty path. When she arrived, she found the Buddha seated calmly beneath the shade of the great Bodhi tree, surrounded by his disciples. His presence was serene, his gaze steady yet filled with warmth. Falling to her knees, Kisa placed her son's lifeless body before him and cried out, "Master, please, please bring my child back to life. I cannot bear this pain. I cannot endure this loss." The Buddha looked upon her with great compassion. He saw not only her grief, but also the delusion that bound her to it. He knew that no words of comfort alone could free her. She needed to discover a truth for herself. After a pause, he spoke gently. "Kisa, I will help you, but first, you must bring me a mustard seed." Kisa's eyes widened with relief. "Yes, master, I will bring you a mustard seed. I will do anything." The Buddha nodded softly and then added, "The mustard seed must come from a household where no one has ever died. Kisa's hope flared. She bowed deeply and set off at once. At the first house she knocked, a kind woman answered. Breathless, Kisa explained. Please, I need a mustard seed. But it must come from a home untouched by death. The woman lowered her eyes and said, I am sorry, my husband passed away last year. Kisa's heart sank, but she pressed on. At the second house, she pleaded again, but this time the answer came. I am sorry, but my mother died long ago. House after house, she asked the same question, and house after house, she received the same sorrowful answer. Some had lost parents, others children, others brothers, sisters, friends. Each family carried its own story of loss. As the sun arced across the sky, Kisa's frantic search slowed. Her steps grew heavier, not just from grief, but from the dawning realization death was not her burden alone. It was not her private curse. It was the shared condition of all beings. By twilight, she returned to the Buddha, still empty-handed, but with a heart transformed. She laid her child's body at his feet and bowed low. Master, she said softly, I could not find a single house untouched by death. Every family I met had lost someone they loved. Now I see, death comes for all. It is part of life. No one escapes it. The Buddha looked upon her with infinite kindness and replied, You have seen the truth, Kisa Gotami. Death is universal. All beings who are born will also pass away. Grief arises when we cling to what must change, but wisdom arises when we see the nature of things as they are. In that moment, Kisa's heart released its desperate clinging. Her tears still flowed, but now they carried the beginnings of acceptance. Her grief was no longer a solitary prison. It was the shared experience of humanity. The Buddha nodded gently and replied, Kisa, you have discovered a truth that every being must one day face. Death is inevitable, and suffering visits all who cling tightly to what must pass. Yet in accepting impermanence, peace becomes possible. Your grief is not yours alone. It belongs to all who live. This is the way of existence. Hearing these words, Kisa's heart softened. She saw clearly now that her pain, though sharp and unbearable, was not unique. Every mother, every father, every child, sooner or later, each one meets loss. For the first time since her son's death, she felt less alone. Her sorrow was still heavy, but it was no longer a private prison. It was a bridge to the rest of humanity. With this understanding, she gently laid her son's body to rest, not in denial, but with dignity. Her tears flowed freely, but within them was the seed of peace. She no longer fought the truth of change. She began, slowly, to bow to it. The Buddha once said, Everything that has a beginning has an ending. Make your peace with that, and all will be well. This is the essence of Kisa Gotami's story, a teaching both painful and liberating. Nothing lasts forever. Our attempts to resist this truth bind us in suffering, while our acceptance of it opens the door to freedom. Why do we resist impermanence so fiercely? Zen teachings point to our craving for permanence as the very root of suffering. We want beauty to remain unchanging, joy to endure endlessly, and above all, we want those we love to stay by our side forever. Yet the world does not bend to these desires. Flowers bloom and wither, seasons arrive and fade, relationships, no matter how precious, shift and transform. The tighter we cling, the more painful the letting go becomes. Like Kisa, we often meet loss first, with denial. The mind says, this cannot be. We bargain, we plead, we fight against reality, hoping to reverse the irreversible. This is a natural stage of grief, but when we become trapped there, we block the very healing that wants to unfold. The Buddha did not lecture Kisa on impermanence with abstract words. Instead, he offered her a journey of discovery. He gave her an experience, not just an idea. In seeking the mustard seed, she walked through the village and heard the grief of others. In their stories, she found her own reflected back. This is the genius of the Dharma. It does not merely tell us what is true. It allows us to live into the truth until it becomes undeniable. The Buddha taught that the root of suffering is attachment. Kisa's attachment to her son was not wrong. It was born of deep love, but when that love hardened into desperate clinging, she could not bear the reality of his passing. Her search for the impossible seed loosened that clinging, revealing that attachment to permanence is futile. Every household, no matter how wealthy or joyful, had been touched by death. This realization gave birth to a new kind of compassion. She saw that suffering was not a punishment directed at her. It was the shared condition of all beings. In Buddhism, this is called dukkha, the universal fellowship of suffering. Far from isolating us, grief connects us. It reminds us of our common humanity, the tender thread that runs through every life. When we truly understand impermanence, something shifts. Instead of grasping at what must change, we learn to treasure what is here now. Instead of isolation, we find kinship, and instead of despair, we may glimpse a deeper peace, the peace that comes from walking gently with the truth of life. The 14th century Zen master Besu once wrote, "To see the truth, leave desire behind. If you do not give up desire, you will not see the truth." Kisa Gautami's desire to bring her son back clouded her vision, keeping her from recognizing the truth of impermanence. Only when she abandoned this impossible wish could she begin to make peace with reality. The Buddha, in his wisdom, did not soothe her with promises of reunion in another life. Instead, he gently guided her toward that what is born must die, what comes together must one day part. This acceptance is not resignation, nor is it defeat. It is alignment with the way things are, the very ground where true healing can begin. The Buddha taught, "The trouble is you think you have time." This reminder of life's brevity is not meant to frighten us, but to wake us up, to remind us that every moment and every relationship is precious, precisely because they will not last forever. When we understand this, we live with more tenderness, more gratitude, more presence. Think for a moment of your own life. Perhaps you have lost a loved one, a relationship, a career, or even simply a season of your life that will never return. Can you recognize the mustard seed lesson here, that your suffering may not come from the change itself, but from the resistance to the flow of impermanence? The Buddha once said, "When you realize how perfect everything is, you will tilt your head back and laugh at the sky." This perfection includes not only growth, but also decay, not only birth, but also death. This is the great rhythm of existence, the dance of arising and passing. Tonight, as you reflect on the losses you faced, or the ones you fear still to come, remember Kisa Gautami's journey. Take comfort in knowing that impermanence is not a punishment. It is the universal thread that binds us all. To see this clearly is not to erase our grief, but to place it gently in the wider current of human experience. The Buddha said, "In the end, only three things matter: how much you loved, how gently you lived, and how gracefully you let go of things not meant for you." Now, let us turn to a story that carries us deeper into this wisdom, one that shows us how to hold life's constant changes with equanimity, neither clinging to joy nor resisting sorrow. This is the story of the farmer and the horse. Once upon a time, in a quiet village, surrounded by rolling hills and open fields, there lived a humble farmer. He was known for his steady work and calm demeanor. His farm was small, and he owned only a single horse to plow his fields and carry his heavy loads. Though his possessions were few, the farmer lived contentedly, grateful for the simple rhythm of his life. One morning, the farmer awoke to discover that his horse had run away. The stable was empty. The fields, still unplowed, seemed to stretch endlessly before him. His neighbors soon gathered at his gate. "What terrible luck!" they cried. "How will you manage without your horse? This must be such a misfortune." The farmer listened quietly, then said simply, "Maybe." His neighbors exchanged puzzled looks. How could he be so calm in the face of such obvious bad luck? But the farmer neither rejoiced nor despaired. He simply returned to his work. The neighbors, unable to make sense of the farmer's calm detachment, shook their heads. To them, life was simple. Good things should bring joy, and bad things should bring sorrow. But the farmer seemed to live by a rhythm they could not hear, a wisdom they could not grasp. The Buddha once taught, nothing is permanent. Everything is subject to change. Being is always becoming. The farmer's steady response of maybe was not indifference, nor was it denial. It was a quieted acknowledgement of this truth, that events in life cannot be judged in isolation, for they are always unfolding, always connected to what comes before and after. Think about it. What seemed like misfortune, the horse's disappearance, became the cause of unexpected abundance. What seemed like fortune, the arrival of many horses, led to the son's painful injury. And what seemed like tragedy, the broken leg, turned out to be protection when war swept through the land. The farmer did not cling to the joy of gain, nor did he sink into despair at loss. He simply allowed each moment to be what it was, without grasping or resisting. His maybe was the voice of equanimity, a wisdom that does not rush to label events as good or bad, but waits to see the larger unfolding of things. Why do we rush to judge so quickly? Zen points to the mind's deep habit of categorizing, of endlessly sorting experience into desirable and undesirable, fortunate and unfortunate. This habit keeps us on an emotional roller coaster, soaring when life aligns with our desires, crashing when it doesn't. But the truth is that both joy and sorrow are waves in the same ocean of impermanence. To ride them with balance is to live freely. As the Taoist sage once said, "Who can know what is truly good or bad?" This story whispers the same lesson, that life is too vast, too interconnected, to be grasped by quick judgments. What looks like a blessing today may bring hardship tomorrow. What looks like hardship may carry hidden gifts. The farmer shows us another way, to meet each moment with openness, to soften our clinging to certainty, and to trust the great unfolding of life without rushing to declare its meaning. We're elated when things seem to go our way and devastated when they don't. Our moods rise and fall with circumstance, as though we are leaves tossed about by the winds of fortune. Yet, as the farmer's story reveals, we rarely have the complete picture. What appears to be a disaster today may, in time, reveal itself as protection. What seems like a blessing may, in the unfolding of days, show itself to contain hidden challenges. The practice of non-judgment in Zen Buddhism is often misunderstood. It does not mean apathy, indifference, or emotional coldness. The farmer was not detached from his life. He still cared deeply for his son, his horse, and his livelihood. His heart was not numb. Rather, he embodied what the Buddha called upekkha, equanimity, a mind that remains balanced and steady amid the inevitable flux of gain and loss, praise and blame, joy and sorrow. This equanimity does not dull our humanity. It refines it. It allows us to love without clinging, to care without collapsing, to participate fully in life without being imprisoned by it. The Zen master, Seng-san, expressed this in the Shin Shin Ming, the Great Way, is not difficult for those who have no preferences. When we stop demanding that life arrange itself according to our limited expectations, we find a freedom far deeper than fleeting happiness. We discover that life, left to unfold, often carries a wisdom beyond our imagining. The Buddha warned, "Do not overrate what you have received, nor envy others. He who envies does not find peace of mind." How often do we compare our lives with others, judging ourselves fortunate or unfortunate in relation to what we see around us? The farmer's neighbors were caught in this cycle. They rushed to label, to measure, to decide, this is good luck, that is bad luck. Yet the farmer himself stood outside this game, trusting in the larger unfold. His calm maybe was not passivity, but a refusal to be enslaved by premature judgments. In our modern lives, the invitation to practice this maybe mindset is everywhere. The promotion we didn't get that later opened the door to a more fulfilling path. The relationship that ended in heartbreak but created space for deeper growth. The illness that forced us slowing down, revealing new priorities. The financial setback that became a teacher of resilience. Looking back, we often see that what once felt like ruin carried within it seeds of transformation. The 13th century poet Rumi wrote, "What appears to be a curse may be a blessing, and what appears to be a blessing may be a curse." The farmer's life embodied this truth, not as a clever saying, but as lived wisdom. His maybe was the recognition that no single event is ever the final word. Life is always larger, always unfolding, always flowing beyond the moment we stand in. The Buddha taught, in the sky there is no distinction of east and west. People create distinctions out of their own minds, and then believe them to be true. In the same way, the categories of good luck and bad luck are human inventions. Reality itself is neither fortunate nor unfortunate. It is simply the ceaseless play of causes and conditions, rising, shifting, dissolving. When we stop clinging to our judgments, we are free to meet this flow with open hands. So tonight, as you reflect on the events of your own life, the successes and failures, the gains and losses, can you hold them with the farmer's quiet maybe? Can you soften the labels of good and bad, and rest instead in the mystery of what is still unfolding? For in the spaciousness of maybe, we find not despair but peace. We find not indifference, but a trust deep enough to meet life just as it is. Notice how this perspective might ease anxiety about negative situations and temper attachment to positive ones. Can you sense the possibility of freedom in suspending judgment about how things should be? As the Buddha taught, with our thoughts, we make the world. The farmer's gentle maybe reminds us that we always have a choice in how we interpret our experiences. And this choice has profound implications for our peace of mind. Our next story reveals another facet of this wisdom, the power of non-reactivity and emotional mastery. It shows us how we can meet hostility, not with resistance, but with understanding. This is the story of the Buddha and the angry man. Once upon a time, while the Buddha was teaching a group of disciples in a peaceful forest grove, a man approached with fire in his eyes. Word of the Buddha's growing influence had reached him, and he felt threatened by the way people revered the teacher's wisdom. Jealousy and resentment filled his heart, and he resolved to challenge the Buddha, to belittle him before his followers. As the Buddha sat calmly under the cool shade of a Bodhi tree, the man stormed forward and unleashed a torrent of insults. "You are nothing but a fraud," he shouted. "Who do you think you are? You may pretend to be wise and enlightened, but you're deceiving these people. You're a danger to them, and I won't allow it." His voice echoed through the grove. The disciples shifted uneasily, expecting the Buddha to respond. Yet the Buddha remained perfectly still, his face serene, his body relaxed. He did not flinch, nor did his gaze harden. He simply looked at the man with quiet compassion. The man, unsettled by this lack of reaction, grew more enraged. His words became harsher. "How dare you sit there in silence, as though you are above everyone else? Do you think you're better than me? You are nothing, nothing but a charlatan." Still, the Buddha did not respond. His calm was like a mirror in which the man's fury reflected back upon itself. Minutes passed. The man's voice, once sharp and thunderous, grew hoarse. His body, trembling with anger, began to weaken under the weight of his own fury. Exhaustion replaced rage, and he finally demanded an answer. "Why won't you say anything? Why don't you defend yourself? Don't you care what I think of you?" Only then did the Buddha speak, his voice soft yet carrying the clarity of a bell. "Tell me, my friend, if someone offers you a gift and you decline to accept it, to whom does the gift belong?" The man furrowed his brow, confused by the unexpected question. He paused, then replied, "It would still belong to the one who offered it. If the gift is not taken, it remains theirs." The Buddha nodded gently. "Exactly. And in the same way, when you offer me your anger, and I do not accept it, then to whom does the anger belong?" The words struck like lightning, yet with the gentleness of rain. The man stood silent, stunned. He realized in that moment that all his rage had failed to touch the Buddha. The insults, though hurled with venom, had fallen harmlessly to the ground. The Buddha had not picked them up. The anger remained with the man, poisoning no one but himself. The disciples looked on in awe, witnessing not only the Buddha's composure, but also the teaching that had unfolded naturally from his silence and compassion. The angry man, humbled and shaken, bowed his head. For the first time he saw the futility of carrying such rage, and he felt the possibility of a new way of being, free from the chains of anger. Instead, it remained his own burden to carry. The Buddha continued, with a voice as calm as flowing water, "If I refuse to accept your insults and your anger, they do not touch me. They fall back upon you. You are the one who suffers from them, not I. I choose not to be troubled by your words. I choose peace." The man stood silent, his breath uneven, his mind caught between shame and awakening. He realized that his anger had consumed him like a fire left unattended, burning only himself. It had no power over the Buddha, who sat as unshaken as a mountain in the wind. In that stillness, the man saw something clearly for the first time. Holding on to his rage brought him no justice, no relief, only deeper wounds. Ashamed, yet softened, he bowed his head. "Master," he whispered, "I see now that my anger has only caused me pain. How can I learn to be at peace as you are?" The Buddha smiled warmly, his compassion like sunlight breaking through clouds. "Anger is like a hot coal," he said, "that you pick up, intending to throw at another, but before it ever leaves your hand, it burns you. Let go of the coal. Let go of your anger. Practice mindfulness, compassion, and understanding. Through these, peace will come naturally." The man, humbled by this teaching, bowed deeply. His heart, once filled with fire, now carried a spark of hope. From that day forward, he resolved to follow the Buddha's path, not by suppressing his anger, but by learning to see through it, to release it, and to discover the peace that arises from freedom. The Buddha taught, "You are not punished for your anger, you are punished by your anger." This profound insight illuminates why reactive emotions cause us so much suffering. When we harbor anger, resentment, or hatred, we do not injure others nearly as much as we injure ourselves. Every moment spent in anger is a moment stolen from peace. Every thought of revenge is energy diverted from healing. Why then do we cling so tightly to our anger? Zen Buddhism identifies several powerful forces that make anger difficult to release. First is our sense of righteousness. We believe our anger is justified, that it validates our pain and defends our dignity. We confuse letting go of anger with condoning injustice. But the Buddha's teaching challenges this illusion. We can establish healthy boundaries, speak truth, and seek justice without poisoning ourselves with reactive emotions. Letting go of anger does not mean passivity. It means acting from clarity rather than from fire. Second is identification. We merge with our emotions, saying, "I am angry," instead of "I am experiencing anger." The difference may seem small, but it is immense. Identification makes anger inseparable from who we think we are. So when someone suggests we release our anger, it feels like being asked to erase part of ourselves. Zen practice helps us create space between awareness and emotion, allowing us to observe feelings without being consumed by them. Third is cultural conditioning. Many of us have been taught that anger equals strength, that it motivates action, demands respect, and asserts power. We fear that without anger, we will become weak, passive, or vulnerable. But the Buddha's response to the angry man reveals a deeper kind of power, not the unstable force of rage, but the stable strength of equanimity, upekkha, the unshakable calm of one who refuses to be ruled by external storms. The Buddha taught, hatred never ceases by hatred, but by love alone is healed. These words are not merely moral advice, but a description of natural law. Fire cannot put out fire. Only water can. Likewise, anger cannot extinguish anger. Only compassion, understanding, and patience have the power to transform it. This is an ancient and eternal law. The Buddha's teaching invites us to examine our assumption that anger is an effective or necessary response to mistreatment. Does meeting hostility with hostility ever resolve the root of conflict? Or does it simply fuel an endless cycle where wounds feed wounds and no true healing is found? The metaphor of the gift offers profound clarity. It reminds us that emotions like anger, criticism, and judgment only have power if we agree to receive them. When someone directs negativity toward us, we stand at a crossroads. We can accept it, absorb it, and allow it to disturb our peace, or we can decline the offering, leaving it with the giver while we remain steady within ourselves. This does not mean becoming emotionally detached or turning a blind eye to injustice. The Buddha did not ignore the angry man. He did not walk away or suppress the moment. He stayed present, fully engaged, but his response was rooted in compassion rather than reactivity, in wisdom rather than ego defense. This is the essence of non-reactivity in Zen practice. It is not withdrawal from life, but a deeper, clearer way of engaging with it. Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh often taught a practice called embracing anger with mindfulness. He described it as holding anger in the same way one would cradle a crying baby, with tenderness, patience, and care. Rather than suppressing anger or letting it erupt recklessly, we recognize it, breathe with it, and understand its causes. Anger, like all emotions, is impermanent. It arises due to conditions, and with awareness it also passes. The Buddha once said, "If you truly loved yourself, you would never harm another." These words reveal the inseparable bond between self-care and compassion for others. When we react with anger, the first person we wound is ourselves. Our heart contracts, our mind burns, and our body tightens. Choosing peace over reactivity is therefore not a sacrifice, but a profound act of love toward ourselves. And from that ground of self-care, we naturally extend care outward. Tonight, as you reflect on the interactions that have stirred resentment or frustration in you, consider experimenting with the Buddha's gift metaphor. When anger rises, pause and ask yourself, am I willing to accept this gift of negativity, or can I choose to let it remain with the giver? In that moment of refusal, notice the subtle freedom that emerges, the space between stimulus and response where true wisdom lives. Remember always the Buddha's imagery. Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intention of hurling it at another. Long before it leaves your hand, it scorches your own skin. But the instant you release the coal, you are free. Free not only from pain, but also free to respond in a way that invites healing and understanding. And so, with this foundation of non-reactivity and compassion, let us turn to another teaching, a lesson on impermanence and non-attachment, carried through the simple image of a clay teacup. In a quiet Zen monastery, nestled deep within the mountains, there lived a revered monk, known for his serenity and his profound insight. His students admired not only his wisdom, but also the way he embodied peace in every small act, walking, sitting, smiling, and even pouring tea. Chaos and uncertainty never seemed to disturb him, for he carried the stillness of the mountain within his own heart. Every day, as was the monastery's tradition, the monk would sit in meditation, then join his disciples for tea. These tea ceremonies were not ordinary rituals. They were teachings in silence, opportunities to taste the present moment in its fullness. One afternoon, during such a gathering, the monk lifted a simple clay teacup into his hands. He gazed at it quietly, his eyes soft, as though seeing both the beauty and fragility it contained. The cup was modest in design, with its earthy tones and rounded form, yet in the monk's hands, it seemed to hold a deeper significance. The students waited, their attention sharpened by his silence. They knew that even a pause could be a teaching. After a long stillness, the monk smiled and finally spoke. "This teacup," he said gently, "is already broken." The students looked at one another in confusion. To their eyes, the teacup was whole, unblemished, perfectly intact, resting on the monk's palm as though it might last forever. One of the younger disciples, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned forward and spoke with a respectful urgency. "Master," he said, "the teacup is not broken. It is here before us, strong and complete." "Why do you say it is already broken?" The monk's eyes softened with compassion. With deliberate care, he placed the cup gently on the table before him, as though setting down something sacred. His smile lingered, calm yet penetrating. "In my mind," the monk said softly, "this teacup is already broken. It may appear whole today, and perhaps it will serve me for many more years. But sooner or later, it will fall, crack, or shatter. This is certain. Knowing this, I can truly see it as it is. I can enjoy drinking tea from it without fear, without clinging, because I have already accepted its impermanence. It is precisely because it is fragile that I can cherish it fully." The room grew still. The students absorbed the weight of his words, realizing that their master was not speaking only of clay and pottery. His teaching was much larger, reaching into the fabric of existence itself. The monk continued, his voice like a stream flowing steadily down a mountainside. "Everything in this life is like this teacup. Every possession, every experience, every relationship, even this body we call our own, no matter how beautiful, precious, or beloved, all things are impermanent. We cannot hold them forever, but when we see their impermanence clearly, we are free. We no longer cling in fear of loss. We appreciate fully, here and now, knowing that this moment will never return in exactly the same way. And when the moment passes, we do not despair, for we have already accepted its passing." An older student, who had been silent until now, bowed his head slightly and spoke with reverence. "Master," he asked, "if everything is destined to pass away, Does this mean we should not love, not care, not hold anything close to our hearts, since one day it will all be gone? The monk shook his head gently, his smile widening with warmth. No, he said, it means quite the opposite. When we accept that everything changes, we love more deeply, not less. We do not love out of fear of losing. We love out of gratitude for what is here now. We care more tenderly, for we know the gift is temporary. Each person, each breath, each sunrise becomes infinitely more precious, because it is fleeting. This is the true freedom of impermanence. We no longer try to grasp or freeze life. We allow it to flow, and in that flow, our hearts become vast and unburdened. He paused, then recited softly from the Buddha's words, "All conditioned things are impermanent. When one sees this with insight, one becomes disenchanted with suffering." The students sat in silence, letting the teaching wash over them. They realized that the monk had not only given them a lesson about a teacup, he had handed them a key to liberation. To see the world as already broken was not a cause for despair, but an invitation to cherish every fragile, fleeting moment with wonder, gratitude, and peace. This, the monk suggested, is the heart of Zen practice. To embrace impermanence, not as a distant philosophy, but as a lived reality, woven into every sip of tea, every step on the earth, every breath we take. Why do we resist impermanence so fiercely? Why does even the thought of change stir such unease within us? Zen Buddhism points to a fundamental misunderstanding at the root of this struggle. We mistake the shifting for the solid, the fleeting for the permanent, the interconnected for the separate. We imagine things to be fixed and lasting, when in reality they are fluid, fragile, and always in motion. This illusion gives rise to attachment, what Buddhists call clinging, our restless attempt to hold on to what, by its very nature, cannot be held. Consider how this attachment unfolds in the texture of daily life. We cling to possessions, polishing and protecting them, anxious at the thought of their loss or damage. We cling to relationships, trying to freeze them at their sweetest moments, resisting the natural ebb and flow of intimacy and distance. We cling to youth, to health, to physical strength, recoiling from the gradual yet unstoppable process of aging. We cling even to our beliefs and identities, defending them as if they were unshakable monuments, rather than shifting patterns of thought. Every act of clinging is a grasp at clouds. Our hands close tightly, but the object slips away regardless. The monk's declaration that the teacup is already broken offers a radically different way of relating to impermanence. Instead of recoiling from change, he embraces it ahead of time. By acknowledging the cup's inevitable end, he liberates himself from the anxiety of trying to prevent the unpreventable. This is not despair or pessimism. It is clear-eyed realism, a wisdom that paradoxically deepens his appreciation for the present moment. Knowing the cup is already broken, he can cradle it more tenderly, savor tea more fully, and live with gratitude for its temporary presence. The Buddha said, "The world is afflicted by death and decay, but the wise do not grieve, having realized the nature of the world." This teaching does not call us to coldness or indifference. It does not ask us to stop caring. Instead, it asks us to care differently, to love with open hands rather than clenched fists, to cherish without demanding permanence. The monk does not love his teacup less because he knows it will one day shatter. He loves it more, precisely because its life is fragile and fleeting. Zen master Shunryu Suzuki captured this paradox with elegance. When we understand the truth of impermanence and find our composure in it, we find ourselves in nirvana. This composure is not resignation to loss. It is not passivity or defeat. It is the serenity of aligning ourselves with the true nature of reality. It is a composure that allows for deeper engagement, because we are no longer wasting energy, resisting what cannot be resisted. We are free to live fully, without illusion, without fear. How might we cultivate this already broken perspective in our own lives? The practice begins with awareness. We gently notice the things we cling to most tightly, the relationships we dread losing, the possessions we fear damaging, the phases of life we try desperately to preserve. Instead of suppressing the fear that arises, we bring kind attention to it. We remind ourselves softly, this too will pass, not as a grim resignation, but as an invitation to cherish what is here now. When we see impermanence clearly, our love becomes purer, less burdened by the desperate demand that things remain unchanged. The Buddha reminded us, neither fire nor wind, birth nor death, can erase our good deeds. What truly endures are not the objects we clutch, or the moments we try to hold still, but the kindness we extend, the compassion we embody, the wisdom we cultivate. These ripple outward, beyond time and decay. Thus, to see the teacup as already broken is not to lose hope, but to find freedom, the freedom to drink deeply from life, to care without clinging, and to live with a heart unburdened by the impossible demand for permanence. This points to another dimension of the already broken wisdom. While all material things, including our bodies, are impermanent, the quality of our presence and the impact of our actions extend beyond physical form. What we build in the world with compassion, mindfulness, and kindness endures in ways no object or possession ever can. A clay teacup will one day shatter, but the warmth shared over tea, the gentle words spoken in love, the wisdom practiced in that moment, these ripple outward, touching lives long after the cup itself has dissolved into dust. When we shift our attention away from clinging to what must inevitably break, we discover a different kind of security, not the fragile security of possessions or status, but the steady refuge of qualities that transcend impermanence. Wisdom, compassion, mindfulness. These are not bound by time in the same way material things are. They move through us, into others, and into the world, forming a continuity of goodness that outlives the body. Tonight, as you prepare to rest, consider the teacups in your own life. What are the things, relationships, or phases of life you find yourself gripping tightly, anxious about their eventual breaking? Can you experiment with the monk's perspective, softly acknowledging their impermanence, not as a looming threat, but as a truth that deepens their value? To recognize something as fragile is to love it more tenderly, not less. The Buddha once said, "The trouble is, you think you have time." We move through our days imagining that tomorrow will stretch endlessly before us, that the people we love will always be near, that the conditions of our life will remain stable. But impermanence is constant, unfolding in every moment. The recognition of this truth doesn't diminish life's beauty, it intensifies it. It awakens us to the urgency of love, to the sweetness of the present, to the miracle of what is here now before it inevitably transforms. With this understanding, let us turn to a story that illuminates the nature of true generosity and compassion, a giving that transcends material wealth. This is the story of the Buddha and the robe. In ancient India, during the years when the Buddha walked from village to village, sharing his teachings, his presence stirred the hearts of many. People from all walks of life, farmers, nobles, monks, merchants, and wanderers, were moved by his words. Some left behind homes, families, and fortunes to join his community of monks, seeking the peace that radiated from his wisdom. One day, while the Buddha was staying in a quiet village, surrounded by rice fields and humble homes, a wealthy merchant heard of his arrival. The merchant was curious, for he had heard others speak of the Buddha with reverence. When he finally came to listen, the Buddha's words struck him deeply, awakening a reverence he had not known before. Filled with gratitude, he decided he must offer something worthy to honor the teacher. He returned to his home and chose the most precious possession he owned, a robe woven from the finest silk. Its fabric shimmered faintly in the light, adorned with intricate patterns dyed in vibrant colors. It was a garment fit for kings, not for monks. Yet the merchant's heart was sincere, carrying the robe with reverence. He went to the Buddha. Bowing low, he placed the robe before him and said, "Lord Buddha, I wish to offer you this robe as a sign of my respect and gratitude for your teachings." The Buddha looked at the robe for a moment, then raised his gaze to the merchant. His expression was gentle, his smile soft, his eyes reflecting both gratitude and understanding. He could feel the sincerity in the merchant's offering, but he also knew the robe did not align with the life of simplicity he lived and taught. "Thank you for your kind gesture," the Buddha said with warmth. "Your heart is generous, and I see your desire to give, but I cannot accept this robe. It is far too extravagant for a simple monk like me. I am content with the robe I already wear." The merchant was surprised. No one had ever refused a gift of such value before. With earnestness in his voice, he insisted, "But Lord Buddha, I offer this robe not for luxury, but out of respect. Surely you deserve the best that I can give." Still smiling, the Buddha replied, "If you truly wish to honor me, there is another way you can use this gift. Take this robe," the Buddha said softly, "and offer it to someone who is truly in need, someone who does not even have the basic clothing to cover themselves. That will bring far greater merit and true joy than giving it to one who already has enough." The merchant's eyes widened. For a moment, he felt a quiet shame at his own blindness. He had been so eager to give to the revered teacher that he had overlooked those around him who struggled even to survive. Slowly, he bowed his head in reverence. The Buddha's words were not a rejection, they were a redirection, a compassionate invitation to see the world differently. The merchant nodded, his heart opening to this deeper truth. "Thank you, Lord Buddha," he said with sincerity. "I will do as you say." Clutching the robe, he walked back into the village. That evening, as he passed through the narrow streets, he noticed a poor man huddled in the cold shadows, his frail body wrapped only in torn rags. The man's lips trembled, and his shoulders shook from the chill of the night air. The merchant approached quietly, placed the robe around his shoulders, and said, "Here, my friend, may this keep you warm." The poor man's eyes filled with tears. He clutched the robe to his chest as though it were the most precious treasure he had ever known. His gratitude poured forth, not in grand words, but in the simple, radiant smile that broke across his weary face. In that moment, the merchant felt something stir within him, an unfamiliar but profound warmth. He realized that this single act of kindness had touched his heart more deeply than all his wealth ever had. The next day, he returned to the Buddha and humbly shared what he had done. The Buddha listened with serene attention, then nodded approvingly. "You have done well, my friend. True generosity is not found in giving to those who expect it, or in offering where it is not needed. True generosity is in helping those who are genuinely in need. By sharing your wealth with the poor, you have brought real joy into the world. This is compassion in action." The merchant bowed deeply. He felt lighter, freer, as if a hidden burden had been lifted from his soul. He understood now that the Buddha's wisdom extended far beyond the simple exchange of gifts. It was not about the robe at all. It was about awakening the heart. The Buddha then taught, generosity brings happiness at every stage of its expression. We experience joy when the intention arises in the heart. We experience joy in the act itself, and we experience joy again when we remember the giver. In this way, generosity transforms not only the receiver, but also the giver. These words struck the merchant with clarity. He realized that true generosity is not merely about the transfer of material goods. It is about the transformation of our hearts. The robe was not simply cloth to shield the body from cold. It had become a vessel of compassion, a bridge between suffering and relief, between giver and receiver. Why did the Buddha refuse the luxurious robe? Zen and Buddhist teachings point to several layers of wisdom in this response. First, the Buddha embodied the principle of knowing what is enough. He understood that desires, when left unchecked, can never be satisfied. To crave more comfort, more luxury, more refinement is to remain a prisoner of endless wanting. By being content with the simple robe he already wore, the Buddha demonstrated a profound freedom, the freedom that comes not from having everything, but from needing little. Second, he revealed that true generosity is not about social status, recognition, or offering to those already honored. Instead, generosity should be guided by wisdom, directed to where suffering is real, where relief is needed. By asking the merchant to give the robe to someone shivering in rags, the Buddha shifted generosity from the realm of appearance to the realm of compassion. Third, the Buddha saw clearly the merchant's motivation. He understood that beneath the merchant's gift was a longing, not just to honor the teacher, but to feel the joy of giving, to participate in something greater than himself. By redirecting the gift, the Buddha gently guided the merchant beyond the surface of generosity toward its true essence, an open heart, free from attachment and pride. In this way, the simple robe became more than cloth. It became a teaching. It became a mirror of impermanence, compassion, and wisdom. And for the merchant, it became the beginning of a new way of living, one rooted not in the wealth he possessed, but in the kindness he gave away. The merchant had wanted to gain merit and express reverence, but the Buddha revealed a more profound path. True reverence was not in adding luxury to the life of one already content, but in directly easing another's suffering. By guiding the robe toward a poor man in need, the Buddha transformed a simple gift into an act of liberation for the poor man and for the merchant's own heart. This lesson feels even more urgent in our own times. In our consumer-driven culture, generosity is often confused with consumption. We equate love with the buying of gifts and measure the worth of our giving by the size of the price tag rather than the depth of its impact. We spend lavishly on those who already have more than enough, while those truly in need are overlooked. The Buddha's teaching cuts through this illusion, asking us to look more deeply. Where can my giving relieve suffering? Where can it actually bring light to darkness? The Buddha once said, "If you knew what I know about the power of giving, you would not let a single meal pass without sharing it in some way." In this simple teaching lies a profound invitation. True generosity is not a rare grand gesture, but a daily practice. Each act of sharing, no matter how small, weakens the grip of self-centeredness and strengthens the bonds that connect us to all beings. It reminds us that our well-being is inseparable from the well-being of others. In Zen practice, this is called dana paramita, the perfection of generosity. It is not limited to material gifts. It includes the giving of time, the offering of energy, the gift of a listening ear, or the quiet presence of a heart that is fully attentive. Sometimes the most precious gift is not what we buy, but how we show up. To sit with a friend in their pain, to listen without judgment, to give the fullness of our attention. This, too, is generosity, perhaps the highest form. The story of the robe also teaches discernment. In giving, The Buddha did not suggest the merchant keep the robe for himself, nor did he praise him for giving it to someone already honored. Instead, he directed him towards someone shivering in the cold. This is wisdom in action, generosity guided not by social convention, not by appearance, but by compassion, rooted in awareness of real suffering. The Buddha also said, "The greatest gift is the act of giving itself." At first, this may sound puzzling. How can giving itself be the gift? But when we look deeply, we see that the true transformation happens not in the material transfer of an object, but in the opening of the heart, when giving flows from compassion rather than obligation, from love rather than ego. Something shifts within us. We experience mudita, sympathetic joy, the delight in seeing another's happiness. Their smile becomes our smile. Their relief becomes our relief. Tonight, as you reflect, ask yourself gently, how do I give? Are my acts of generosity shaped by social obligation, by expectation, by a need for recognition? Or do they arise naturally from compassion, from the joy of seeing others flourish? What would it mean to redirect more of my resources, whether material, emotional, or attentional, toward those truly in need? The Buddha reminded his disciples, "If beings knew as I know the results of giving and sharing, they would not eat without having given, nor would the stain of selfishness overcome their minds." With these words, he pointed to the liberating power of generosity. To give is not to lose, it is to become free. Now let us turn to another story, a lesser-known Zen tale that reveals profound wisdom about how we meet and control our thoughts. This is the story of two monks and the river. Two monks, an elder and a younger disciple, were traveling together on a long journey. Third is our difficulty distinguishing between skillful concern and unskillful rumination. True concern is mindful. It acknowledges a situation, reflects on it with clarity, and takes action when necessary. Rumination, on the other hand, is like turning a wheel that never moves the cart. It consumes our energy, but brings us no closer to wisdom or resolution. The younger monk mistook his repeated judgments for vigilance, when in truth he was simply feeding his own restlessness. The elder monk's response offers us a profound teaching. Compassion guided his action, and mindfulness allowed him to release it once it was complete. He did not cling to the past moment, nor did he allow it to disturb his peace. He carried the woman across the river, but he did not carry her in his mind. The Buddha often spoke of the mind as a fertile field. Whatever seeds we plant there, anger, compassion, fear, or love, will grow. The elder monk planted compassion and let it go, while the younger monk planted judgment and watered it with rumination, carrying its weight long after the moment had passed. This story points us toward one of the central practices of Zen, non-attachment to thoughts. To see them rise and fall like clouds in the sky, without clinging to them or identifying with them. Thoughts are not problems in themselves. The problem comes when we mistake them for reality, or when we keep carrying them long after their usefulness has ended. The Buddha said, "Drop by drop, the water jar is filled." Likewise, the wise man, gathering it little by little, fills himself with good. Just as drops of wholesome thought can fill the jar of peace, so too can drops of judgment and worry fill the jar of suffering. What are we filling our jars with each day? The younger monk's struggle mirrors our own. How often do we replay conversations in our minds, long after they have ended? How often do we hold on to an insult, a mistake, or a regret, carrying it with us for hours, days, or even years? Meanwhile, the moment itself has already passed, like the river water flowing downstream. Only our attachment keeps it alive. Zen practice invites us to pause and ask, am I still carrying this? Just as the elder monk set the woman down, we too can set down the burdens we carry in our thoughts. This doesn't mean ignoring responsibility or denying the past, but meeting each moment fresh without dragging old stories into it. In daily life, this might look like noticing when we are replaying a memory and gently returning to the present breath. It might mean recognizing when we are clinging to resentment and asking ourselves whether we wish to keep carrying this coal of suffering. It might mean loosening our grip on perfectionism or regret and trusting that letting go is not weakness but freedom. The Buddha taught, do not dwell in the past, do not dream of the future, concentrate the mind on the present moment. The elder monk embodied this teaching. His action was rooted in compassion, and once it was complete, he returned to the flow of the journey. The younger monk, like so many of us, became lost in the maze of thought, missing the simplicity of the path beneath his feet. Tonight, as you reflect, consider what rivers you have crossed, but are still carrying in your mind. What situations, long past, do you revisit again and again? What judgments do you rehearse that bring no peace, no resolution? Can you, like the elder monk, learn to set them down? Notice the freedom that comes when the mind returns to the present moment, unburdened and clear. Now let us turn to another Zen story, one that speaks to the hidden treasures that often lie within us, waiting to be discovered. This is the story of the hidden treasure beneath the house. The Zen master nodded politely, his eyes calm, yet sharp, as though he could already sense the weight of the professor's knowledge pressing against the possibility of new understanding. Rather than answering directly, the master reached for a teapot and 2 cups. He placed 1 cup before the professor and began to pour. The professor watched the steaming liquid fill the cup, first to the brim, then spilling over the edge, streaming onto the table, and finally dripping to the floor. Alarmed, the professor exclaimed, "Stop, the cup is overflowing, no more will go in." The master set the teapot down gently, meeting the professor's startled gaze. With a soft smile, he said, "You are like this cup, so full of your own opinions, theories, and knowledge, that nothing new can enter. Before I can show you Zen, you must first empty your cup." The professor sat stunned. In that simple gesture, the master had revealed more than volumes of text could convey. His overflowing cup was not just a teaching about tea, it was a mirror of his own mind. Zen Buddhism teaches that the greatest obstacle to wisdom is not ignorance, but the illusion of knowledge. When the mind is already crowded with fixed ideas and certainties, there is no space for fresh insight. Just as water cannot be poured into a cup that is already full, wisdom cannot enter a mind overflowing with preconceptions. The Buddha said, "Those who cling to views wander the world, offending people." This points to the subtle arrogance of a mind that assumes it already understands. When we cling to our own opinions, we leave no room for deeper seeing. We listen only to confirm what we already believe, rather than to discover what we do not yet know. The empty cup symbolizes the beginner's mind, a mind that is open, curious, and receptive. Zen master Shunryu Suzuki famously said, "In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the expert's mind, there are few." The professor had come as an expert, yet what the master invited him to cultivate was the humility of a beginner. In our own lives, we too often approach experiences, people, and even ourselves with cups that are already overflowing. We meet a loved one with assumptions about who they are. Instead of seeing them freshly, we enter conversations already rehearsing our response, leaving no space to truly listen. We approach challenges with rigid expectations, blind to the unexpected wisdom they might contain. Zen practice invites us to empty our cups again and again, to notice when our minds are filled with judgment, resistance, or certainty, and to gently set these aside. This doesn't mean abandoning all knowledge or refusing to think critically. Rather, it means holding our knowledge lightly, making space for what each moment might reveal. Practical methods for cultivating this empty cup include beginner's mind meditation, where we intentionally experience familiar things as if for the first time, the sound of a bird, the taste of tea, the rhythm of our breath. It also includes listening practices, where we give another person our full attention without overlaying their words with our assumptions. The Master's overflowing teacup reminds us that wisdom enters only where there is space. To empty the cup is to create that space, space for presence, for humility, for awakening. Tonight, as you reflect, ask yourself, where is my cup too full? What assumptions, judgments, or certainties am I clinging to? Can I empty my cup, even just a little, to make room for fresh seeing? Remember the Buddha's words, better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace. Sometimes that word is not spoken by another, but revealed in the silence of an empty mind. Now let us explore another Zen teaching story, one that reveals the power of seeing beyond appearances. This is the story of the sound of one hand clapping. This habit of seeing through filters is subtle, yet deeply pervasive. It is as if we are forever looking at the world through a window stained by past experiences, opinions, and expectations. Instead of meeting each moment freshly, we meet our own projections reflected back to us. The professor thought he had come to learn Zen, but he had actually come carrying Zen in the form of his already formed ideas. He wanted to compare Zen to what he already knew, rather than allowing Zen to reveal itself on its own terms. The Buddha often warned against this clinging to views. In the Anguttara Nikaya, he taught that those who grasp tightly to their own ideas wander in conflict with others. The conflict is not only with the outside world, but also within our own minds. When we hold to rigid certainties, the mind becomes restless, defensive, and unable to open to deeper truths. The Zen master's overflowing cup was not an act of rudeness, but of great compassion. He offered a living demonstration, not just words. His teaching bypassed the professor's intellect and went directly to the heart. The shock of hot tea spilling across the table broke through the professor's self-assurance in a way that abstract explanation never could. This is the way of Zen, direct, experiential, designed to shatter illusion rather than decorate it. In our own daily lives, how often do we live like the professor, with cups too full? We come into conversations already prepared to defend our positions rather than to listen. We meet challenges already filled with assumptions about what will or will not work. We enter spiritual practice already burdened with expectations about what enlightenment should feel like, instead of meeting the practice itself. Zen invites us to practice what is called Shoshin, beginner's mind. This is not naivete or ignorance. It is a conscious choice to release our grip on fixed views and approach each moment as if for the first time. In beginner's mind, even the ordinary becomes extraordinary. The taste of water, the sound of wind, the sight of a familiar face suddenly alive with newness. Emptying the cup requires courage. It asks us to let go of the ego's fortress of certainty, to step into the vulnerability of not knowing. But in this vulnerability lies freedom. For when the cup is empty, it can be filled not only with tea, but with wisdom, compassion, and direct experience of reality as it truly is. Zen practice offers us ways to begin emptying our cups. Sitting meditation allows thoughts to rise and fall without grasping, loosening our identification with them. Mindful awareness in daily activities, walking, eating, speaking, invites us to meet each action without preconception and the practice of deep listening invites us to encounter others without filtering their words through our judgments and comparisons. The overflowing cup is not just a story from long ago, it is a mirror held up to us now. As you reflect tonight, ask yourself, where is my mind already too full? What am I so certain about that I have closed myself to new seeing? What might become possible if I emptied my cup, even for a moment? Remember the words attributed to Laozi: to attain knowledge, add things every day. To attain wisdom, remove things every day. Knowledge fills the cup, but wisdom empties it. Let us now turn to another Zen story, one that does not rely on words at all, but on a question that cuts through the intellect and points us directly to the mystery beyond concepts. This is the story of the sound of one hand clap. The disciples watched in silence, puzzled by their master's gesture. The temple's grandeur was still vivid in their minds. The glittering gold statues, the fragrance of incense, the harmonious chanting echoing in the halls. Now, in stark contrast, they stood on a road of mud and muck, the air heavy with damp earth, their robes splattered and feet weary. One disciple finally spoke. "Master, we asked about the temple and its practices. Why do you draw circles in the mud?" The Zen master smiled faintly, his eyes soft yet penetrating. "The temple is beautiful, yes. Its ceremonies have refinement. Its statues shine with radiance. But do not mistake beauty for truth, or form for essence. This circle in the mud is no less complete than the circle carved in stone within that temple." The disciples leaned closer, trying to understand. The master continued, "When the mind becomes attached to form, whether it is mud or gold, ritual or silence, it loses sight of the essence. Enlightenment is not found in ornate halls or in muddy roads alone. It is found in seeing clearly without clinging, wherever you are." He lifted his muddy hand and let the earth drip back onto the road. The priests dedicate themselves to ritual, and that has its place. Ritual can focus the mind and cultivate devotion, but if ritual becomes the goal, it blinds us. True practice is not bound by marble floors or by muddy paths. It is found in the heart that meets each moment fully, whether in the splendor of a temple or in the filth of the road. The disciples grew quiet. Some felt awe, others discomfort, realizing how easily they had been swayed by the temple's grandeur. They thought enlightenment must dwell in extraordinary places, among golden statues and perfect chants. But the master reminded them that truth is not confined to appearances. The Buddha once said, "In the seen, there is only the seen. In the heard, there is only the heard." When we add nothing, when we project nothing, every place becomes sacred ground. As they resumed their journey, the disciples noticed the mud differently. Each step squelched underfoot, but instead of irritation, they now felt a strange reverence. The mud supported their steps just as surely as the temple floor had. The crooked trees by the roadside stood just as dignified as the carved pillars within the temple. They began to understand what their master had shown them, that wisdom can arise in the most unexpected places, not just where beauty and order are carefully arranged. Tonight, as you reflect, consider, where do you expect wisdom to appear? Only in books, teachers, or spiritual settings? Or can you find it in the muddy roads of your own daily life, in mistakes, frustrations, even in what seems ordinary or unpleasant? Can you see the sacred circle drawn in the mud right before you? Remember the master's teaching. The path is not in the temple alone, nor in the road alone. The path is in the seeing. When you see clearly, every step, muddy or clean, is already enlightenment. Now let us turn to another story, one that illustrates the delicate balance between discipline and naturalness in practice. This is the story of the archer and the Zen master. Looking at his disciples, the master's eyes softened as he traced the circle in the mud. The truth can be found here as well, he said quietly. At first, the disciples exchanged puzzled glances. The temple they had just visited was still vivid in their minds. The golden statues gleaming in the candlelight, the fragrance of incense thick in the air, the immaculate chanting that seemed to rise like prayer into the heavens. Now, in stark contrast, their teacher knelt in the dirt, hand covered in mud, pointing to something so plain, so ordinary, that it seemed unworthy of notice. Slowly, understanding began to dawn. The master was not dismissing the temple, nor mocking the rituals. He was showing them something deeper, that enlightenment is not bound to places of beauty or moments of perfection. The same reality that shines through the golden temple also breathes within the muddy road. The mud, messy, imperfect, avoided by most, contained the very essence of truth, as complete and whole as the temple's carved statues. The Buddha once taught, if you cannot find the truth right where you are, where else do you expect to find it? This insight lies at the heart of the mud circle. It is a direct challenge to our human tendency to seek awakening somewhere else, at some later time, in some special place, under perfect conditions. The teaching cuts through this illusion. The truth is never elsewhere. It is here, in this very breath, in this very moment, whether you are surrounded by gold or knee-deep in mud. Why do we struggle to see wisdom in the ordinary? Zen points to what Chogyam Trungpa later called spiritual materialism, our tendency to treat the spiritual path like another possession to acquire. We imagine that enlightenment lies in the next retreat, the next teacher, the next ceremony. We mistake the outer trappings for the inner reality. We become collectors of experiences, not practitioners of presence. The mud is a metaphor for what we often try to escape in life. The uncomfortable emotions, the tedious chores, the conflicts in relationships, the fatigue of the body, the chaos of daily responsibilities. We assume spirituality means transcending or avoiding these things, but Zen reminds us, it is precisely in the midst of these muddy realities that wisdom waits to be discovered. In Japanese aesthetics, there is the concept of wabi-sabi, the beauty found in imperfection, impermanence, and incompleteness. The mud circle is a living expression of wabi-sabi, the cracked teacup that still holds warmth, the wrinkle on an aging face that tells of laughter and sorrow, the garden grown slightly wild with weeds and blossoms together. Each reveals a deeper beauty when seen with clear eyes. Zen master Dogen echoed this truth when he wrote, "If you cannot find the truth where you are, where do you expect to find it?" The point is not to deny temples, rituals, or scriptures, but to recognize them for what they are, fingers pointing to the moon, not the moon itself. If we mistake the finger for the moon, we miss the luminous reality shining all around us. How do we apply the wisdom of the mud circle in daily life? We begin with attention, by turning toward the ordinary moments we habitually overlook. We discover that they too are doorways to awakening. Washing the dishes, instead of rushing through them, can become a meditation on movement, water, and light. Waiting in line, instead of fidgeting with impatience, can become a chance to breathe and observe the flow of humanity. Feeling tired or restless, instead of resisting, can become an invitation to meet the body as it is, with compassion. Even conflict, rather than being seen as an obstacle to practice, can become the very ground on which patience, clarity, and kindness are cultivated. The mud circle whispers a reminder: enlightenment is not found by escaping life, but by entering it fully. When you stop searching for purity only in temples, you discover that the mud under your feet is already sacred. we can begin to recognize these muddy, ordinary, and even uncomfortable moments as the very ground of practice itself. The Buddha said, "My teaching is not a philosophy. It is the result of direct experience." This points us away from abstract concepts and towards something far more intimate, wisdom discovered through immediate, unfiltered contact with life as it is. The mud on the road offered the disciples such a direct experience in a way that the temple's distant rituals, however beautiful, couldn't. Tonight, as you prepare to rest, consider the mud circles in your own life, the everyday challenges, the situations you might normally try to avoid or smooth over. Can you see them not as mistakes or interruptions, but as living classrooms? Can you bring the same quality of attention to these moments as you would to a radiant sunset or to the words of a profound teaching? When we meet even the most ordinary or muddy experiences with openness, something shifts. What once felt like a barrier becomes a path. What once seemed meaningless begins to reveal its hidden wisdom. The Buddha reminded us, all experiences are preceded by mind, led by mind, created by mind. It is the state of our awareness, not the external conditions, that shapes what we discover. When we bring a clear, curious, and accepting mind, even to the muddiest of moments, we transform them, not into something else, but into doorways that lead us deeper into understanding. The mud is not a distraction from the path, it is the path itself. Now let us turn to a story about the wisdom of true mastery, one that shows us that skill is not only about technique, but about the quality of mind behind it. This is the story of the master archer. Long ago in ancient China, there lived a legendary archer, famed across the land for his unmatched ability. His arrows never missed their mark. Farmers spoke his name with reverence, travelers told stories of his precision, and even the emperor honored him with gifts of riches and recognition. To witness his skill was to watch perfection itself, an arrow loosed, and a target pierced as if guided by destiny. One day, a young archer, ambitious and full of restless energy, traveled far to seek him out. Bowing deeply, the youth spoke with both respect and eagerness. "Master," he said, "I have practiced archery for many years. My arrows find their mark more often than not, yet I know I have not reached the highest level. I have heard of your legendary abilities, and I beg you, teach me the secret that makes your arrows never fail." The master archer studied him quietly for a long moment, his weathered face unreadable, his eyes like still water. Then he spoke. "Meet me at dawn tomorrow on the mountain. Bring your bow and your arrows." The young man agreed at once, filled with anticipation. The next morning, as the first light touched the peaks, the student climbed eagerly to the place the master had named. To his surprise, it was not a practice range, nor a quiet field with painted targets. Instead, he found himself standing on the edge of a high cliff. Below stretched a vast chasm, plunging hundreds of feet into a misty valley. The master walked calmly to the very edge, where the stone crumbled away. Without hesitation, he took his stance, drew his bow in one smooth motion, and released an arrow. It soared gracefully into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. Then he lowered his bow, turned, and said simply, "Now you stand here and shoot." The young archer hesitated. He stepped toward the edge, but when his eyes fell upon the dizzying drop below, fear gripped him. His stomach knotted, his knees weakened, and his hands began to tremble. As he fumbled with his bowstring, the arrow wobbled in his grip. His body shook so violently that he could not even steady his aim. After several unsteady attempts, the young archer finally stepped back from the edge, his face pale, his breath uneven. He lowered his bow and bowed his head. "I cannot shoot from here, master," he confessed. His voice trembled with honesty. "The height makes me dizzy. The fear overwhelms me. My hands refuse to obey me, and my heart pounds so loudly that I cannot even hear the string. How can I hope to hit the target when I am so consumed by the thought of falling?" The master looked at him with kindness, his expression calm as a still pond. He nodded slowly and said in a gentle, steady voice, "This is the very secret you came to learn. The difference between you and me is not found in strength or technique. It is not in the bow or the arrow, it is in the mind. When I draw the bow, there is only the arrow, the bow, and the target. Nothing else exists. No fear of falling, no thought of success or failure, no concern for who may be watching, praising, or judging. There is not even a self who is shooting. There is only the pure act itself, the arrow and the target meeting as one." He paused, letting the words settle in the young man's heart, before continuing, "You miss your mark, not because your skill is lacking, but because your mind is divided. One part of you aims the arrow, but another part trembles with fear. One part hopes for success, while another fears failure. Another still is busy wondering how you appear in my eyes. When you are split in this way, your arrow cannot fly straight. When you are whole, when all of you is absorbed in the act itself, without fear, without desire, without the chatter of self, you will find mastery, not only in archery, but in every act of life." The young archer bowed deeply, his eyes glistening with the weight of realization. He understood that he had been given a teaching far more precious than any technical instruction. He had glimpsed the true path to mastery, one that pointed beyond skill to the very nature of the mind. The Buddha once taught, "Your work is to discover your world, and then with all your heart give yourself to it." This simple yet profound teaching reflects the essence of the master archer's wisdom. Mastery does not come from adding more and more technique. It comes from giving oneself completely, without division, to the moment at hand. But why do we struggle so deeply to achieve this state of undivided attention? Why do our minds splinter so easily? Zen Buddhism identifies several obstacles that fragment our awareness. The first is habitual self-consciousness. A part of our mind always hovers just outside the moment, watching ourselves as though from a distance. It comments, evaluates, compares, worries about appearances, and seeks validation. This observer creates an artificial division between ourselves and our actions, so that we are never simply living, but always also judging. The second obstacle is our attachment to outcomes. We want success, and we fear failure. We crave praise and dread criticism. We long for reward and recoil from punishment. This attachment tenses the body and clouds the mind. When we lose an arrow, whether literally or in the form of a decision, a project, a conversation, if our mind is consumed by whether we will hit the target, we are already off balance. Our aim wavers before the arrow have even flown. The third obstacle is fear. Fear is necessary when true danger is present, but most often it arises in ordinary, safe situations, moments where no real threat exists. The young archer's fear of falling into the chasm was not only physical, but symbolic of all the ways we hesitate in life. We fear losing status, safety, reputation, love, or the image we hold of ourselves. These fears paralyze us, just as surely as the dizzying cliff paralyzed the young archer. In Zen practice, the state beyond these divisions is known as mushin, no mind. In deep meditation, it is called samadhi, the absorption where subject and object dissolve into one. Athletes describe it as being in the zone. Artists know it as the moment when the brush seems to paint by itself. Musicians experience it as being played by the music rather than playing it. In all of these, the self disappears and only the act remains. The Buddha said, just as a solid rock is not shaken by the storm, even so the wise are not affected by praise or blame. This steadiness is not coldness or rigidity, it is the natural stability that comes when we are fully present, so completely immersed in the act itself that there is no room for distraction, no space for comparison, no time for fear. Like the master archer at the cliff's edge, we act with a wholeness that no external force can shake. The Zen master walked with the villagers to the stone, his steps deliberate and unhurried. He examined the massive boulder from every angle, running his fingers lightly over its rough surface, and then looked at the villagers who had gathered, their faces tight with frustration and fatigue. You have tried with strength, tools, and force, he observed calmly, yet the stone does not move. Tell me, what is your intention? The villagers exchanged puzzled glances. We want it out of the way, master, one said, so that the road is clear for everyone to pass. We have pushed, dug, and struck it, but it will not move. The Zen master nodded thoughtfully, as if considering something far beyond the stone itself. Then, rather than calling for more tools or strength, he squatted down and placed his hands gently at the base of the stone. He closed his eyes, breathed deeply, and felt the ground beneath him. He listened to the wind, the murmurs of the villagers, and even to the stone itself, silent but present. After a few long moments, he opened his eyes and said simply, "The stone will move, but not by forcing it. We must first understand it." The villagers frowned, unsure what he meant. One impatient man stepped forward. "Master, we do not have time for understanding. We must move the stone." The Zen master smiled gently. "It is precisely because you are rushing that the stone remains unmoved. The more you struggle, the more resistance you create. Let us try another approach." He asked the villagers to gather around him. Instead of pushing directly, they examined the slope of the road, the angle of the stone, and the leverage offered by nearby branches and tree trunks. The master encouraged them to use their minds, not only their muscles. Slowly, collaboratively, they devised a plan. They would use a series of wooden rollers and a simple lever system to shift the stone, working with its weight rather than against it. With patience, attention, and careful coordination, the enormous stone began to inch forward. Little by little, it rolled to the side, clearing the road entirely. The villagers watched in amazement, a mixture of relief and awe spreading across their faces. The Zen master turned to them and said, "The obstacle was never the stone alone. It was also the approach, the mind that believed only brute force could overcome it. When we align our effort with understanding, when we see clearly and act with patience and awareness, what seemed immovable becomes possible." The Buddha taught, "With wisdom as your guide, no obstacle is insurmountable." This story illustrates that the challenges we face, whether in the world outside or within our own minds, often resist simple force. The way forward is not always through pushing harder, but through observing clearly, understanding deeply, and acting with deliberate, skillful attention. Zen practice cultivates this quality through mindfulness in all activities. In meditation, we learn to notice the tension, resistance, and habitual patterns in our minds. In daily life, we practice bringing awareness to small acts, washing dishes, tending a garden, walking the path, and gradually, this awareness expands to the larger obstacles we encounter. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, reflect on the heavy stones in your life. Perhaps it is a problem that seems unsolvable, a fear that feels unmovable, or a habit that feels entrenched. Can you pause, observe, and approach it with mindful attention rather than force or frustration? Can you notice where resistance in your mind is creating more weight than the problem itself? In this way, even the heaviest stone can shift, step by step, with patience, insight, and gentle persistence. A large crowd had gathered in the village square as the elderly master slowly made his way toward the obstacle that had caused such concern. Every villager expected that, with his wisdom and reputation, he would reveal some profound spiritual technique, or perhaps organize them into a more efficient system for removing the heavy boulder. The villagers whispered to one another, anticipating a dramatic display of knowledge. When the master finally reached the stone, he did not rush to speak or act. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and walked slowly around it, carefully circling the massive object. His eyes examined its shape, its cracks, and even the way the sunlight struck its surface. He studied it from all directions, as though he were not simply observing a rock, but listening to it, trying to hear what it might reveal. The villagers waited anxiously, eager for him to provide a solution. Some grew restless, wondering why the master was taking so long. Finally, after several quiet moments, the master stopped, looked up at the gathered people, and calmly asked, "Tell me, why must the stone be moved?" His question startled the crowd. For a moment there was silence. Then one villager, puzzled, answered, "Because it blocks the road, master. It makes travel difficult for our carts and wagons. We cannot pass as we once did." Others nodded in agreement, thinking the explanation obvious. The master nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. "Yes, it blocks one path," he replied, "but perhaps in doing so, it creates another." Instead of commanding them to push or break the boulder, he suggested something different. He guided the villagers in clearing brush, moving loose stones, and slowly forming a new path that curved around the obstacle. Many hands worked together, and though the task required effort, it flowed more easily than the hopeless struggle of trying to roll the massive rock away. Before long, a smooth new road emerged, winding gently around the boulder. This alternative path not only solved their problem, but also transformed the presence of the stone itself. What had once been seen only as a burden gradually became a source of meaning for the village. The boulder stood as a landmark, a natural monument that gave their community a unique identity. Children climbed and played upon it. Travelers used it as a marker for directions. The elderly rested in its shade during hot days. What once evoked frustration became a point of pride woven into the life of the village. Before departing, the Zen master turned to the villagers and said, "Some obstacles in life cannot be removed, no matter how much effort we exert. True wisdom lies not in defeating them by force, but in learning to live with them or to move gracefully around them. What at first appears to block your way may actually be guiding you toward a new direction." This simple lesson carried a deep resonance, echoing the words of the Buddha, "As the fletcher whittles and makes straight his arrows, so the master directs his straying thoughts. Just as an arrow maker carefully shapes and straightens each shaft, so too must we learn to shape our minds with patience and skill." The teaching emphasizes the importance of directing our thoughts wisely, not forcing them into rigid patterns, but gently guiding them toward more creative and flexible solutions. The villagers had been so fixated on removing the stone that they could not see any alternative approach. Their minds were caught in a single perspective, blind to other possibilities. This raises an important question. Why do we so often become trapped in only one way of viewing problems? Zen Buddhism identifies several mental habits that limit our perspective. First is our attachment to expectations. We cling tightly to fixed ideas about how things should unfold. The villagers assumed the only proper solution was to restore the road to its former state, by moving or destroying the stone. Their minds were bound by the desire for things to return to what they had been. Second is the rigidity of fixed mind. This refers to our inability to adapt when our efforts face resistance. When our initial attempts fail, we often respond by applying the same method with greater intensity, rather than stepping back to reassess the situation entirely. Like pushing against a locked door harder and harder, we exhaust ourselves without ever considering that perhaps another entrance exists. Third is our failure to question assumptions. The villagers believed the stone itself was the enemy, but as the master revealed, the true problem was not the boulder, it was their relationship to it. By reframing the situation, the obstacle became a feature, even a gift, rather than a barrier. The Zen master's teaching demonstrated that when we release our grip on expectations, loosen our rigid thinking, and challenge our assumptions, we open ourselves to new possibilities. What once seemed like a hindrance can become a teacher, a guide, and even a source of strength. The boulder that blocked the road was never just a stone. It was an invitation to see differently, to live more freely, and to discover wisdom in what at first seemed impossible. Zen practice is not simply about meditation or silent sitting. It also cultivates mental flexibility through the use of koans, those paradoxical stories, riddles, or questions that cannot be solved by conventional reasoning. A koan is like a key that does not fit any lock, yet somehow opens the door. Famous examples include, what is the sound of one hand clapping? Or what was your original face before your parents were born? At first glance, such questions appear absurd or meaningless, and the logical mind struggles to grasp them. But that is precisely their purpose. They are designed to short-circuit ordinary, habitual analysis, forcing the mind to step outside its normal tracks and operate in new creative ways. This kind of training develops what Zen calls lateral thinking, the ability to approach a problem from unexpected angles, to break free of rigid patterns, and to see possibilities where none seem to exist. The Buddha himself taught, we are shaped by our thoughts. We become what we think. If our thoughts remain trapped in familiar grooves, repeating the same cycles again and again, then our solutions will be equally limited and predictable. But when we learn to loosen the grip of fixed thinking and cultivate flexibility, we discover that fresh approaches, sometimes hidden in plain sight, begin to emerge. Pause for a moment and consider your own life. Think of a challenge that weighs on you, a conflict in a relationship, a difficulty at work, or perhaps a personal obstacle you cannot seem to overcome. Have you, like the villagers before the boulder, been pushing against your heavy stone, repeating the same strategies, hoping they will work, if only you apply them harder or longer, yet finding little real progress? What might happen if, like the Zen master, you step back and asked yourself a different kind of question, not about how to push the stone, but about whether the stone itself is even the true problem? Here, the Japanese concept of ma provides a further layer of insight. Ma refers to the space between things, the silent intervals, the pauses, the gaps that give shape and meaning to what surrounds them. Just as music depends not only on notes, but on the silence between notes, and art is defined not only by the brushstrokes, but also by the empty canvas around them, so too do our lives gain clarity in the spaces between actions and objects. Sometimes the solution is not found in the elements themselves, but in the relationship between them. The villagers discovered their freedom not by destroying the stone or restoring the road exactly as it had been, but by reimagining the relationship between road and rock. They wove both into a new harmony. In the same way, your obstacles may not need to be conquered or erased. Perhaps the deeper invitation is to integrate them, to reshape your path in relation to them. Tonight, as you reflect on the challenges in your life, Try adopting the Zen master's perspective. Ask yourself, what if this obstacle isn't something to be removed, but something to be embraced, something to be lived with and integrated? What new path might this apparent blockage be quietly revealing to you? Remember the Buddha's reminder, no matter how hard the past, you can always begin again. Each moment offers a fresh doorway into possibility, an opportunity to look with new eyes and to discover solutions that lie just beyond the reach of our habitual ways of thinking. To deepen this reflection, let us turn to another story, one that illustrates the power of letting go and the freedom that arises when we release what we carry. This is the famous tale of the two traveling monks. Tenzan and Aikido, both Buddhist monks, were once journeying together down a muddy country road during the rainy season. Heavy rains had fallen for days, flooding low paths and turning the soil into deep, sticky mud. Their robes clung to their legs, and their progress was slow. As they rounded a bend, they came upon a young woman dressed in a fine silk kimono, bound with a delicate sash. She stood stranded at the edge of a wide, muddy puddle that stretched across the road. The water was too deep for her sandals, and the mud too thick for her delicate clothing. Her face showed clear distress. She hesitated, trapped by her fear of ruining her beautiful garments, unable to cross. Without a word, Tenzan walked directly to her. With a simple, natural gesture, he bent down, lifted her gently into his arms, and carried her across the flooded stretch of road. He placed her carefully on the far side, where the ground was dry. The young woman bowed gratefully, offered her thanks, and went on her way. The two monks continued their journey in silence for several hours. Aikido, however, was restless. His thoughts churned as he replayed the scene in his mind. Finally, unable to restrain himself, he burst out. "Brother Tenzan," he said, "we monks are taught to avoid close contact with women, especially young and beautiful ones. It is dangerous to touch them, and it is against our vows. Why did you do that?" Tenzan turned his head calmly and replied, "I set the girl down hours ago, by the river. Why are you still carrying her?" "Are you still carrying her?" Tenzan's simple words struck like a bell in the quiet air. Aikido was stunned into silence. In that instant, he realized the burden he had been shouldering for hours. It was not the physical weight of a young woman, for Tenzan had set her down long ago. Rather, it was the invisible load of judgment, worry, and mental agitation. While Tenzan had responded to the moment with compassion, lifting the woman across the puddle, and then letting the incident dissolve as quickly as it had arisen, Aikido had carried it with him mile after mile. His mind had clung to the scene, replaying it, layering it with commentary and criticism. He was not walking freely on the road, he was walking under the shadow of his own thoughts. The Buddha taught, let go of the past, let go of the future, let go of the present, and cross over to the farther shore of existence. This teaching captures the essence of Tenzan's wisdom. He understood that true freedom is not found in rigidly clinging to rules or appearances, but in maintaining inner spaciousness. To act with clarity in the present moment, to release the action once completed, and to continue unburdened. This is the heart of Zen practice. Why then do we so often find ourselves like Aikido, carrying unnecessary mental weights long after the moment has passed? Zen points to several tendencies of the human mind that keep us from letting go. First is the habit of rumination. We return again and again to past events, replaying them in our imagination, even when nothing can be changed. This mental repetition consumes our energy, strengthens old patterns, and fuels emotions such as resentment, guilt, or anxiety. Instead of healing, we keep opening the wound. Second is attachment to rules. rather than principles. Aikido focused narrowly on the external code of monastic conduct, the rule forbidding close contact with women. In doing so, he missed the spirit behind the rule, which is to cultivate purity of mind and intention. Tanzan, by contrast, recognized that compassion is the higher law. To preserve the woman's dignity, to meet her need in that moment, required breaking convention. He saw that true purity lies not in rigid avoidance, but in the absence of selfish craving. Third is what Buddhists call papanka, mental proliferation. One thought arises, then another branches from it, then another, until an entire inner drama unfolds. A single observation becomes a stream of speculation. Was my brother wrong? What will others think? What does this mean about our practice? Soon an entire storm of opinion and judgment takes over, even though the actual event lasted only moments. This is self-created suffering, spun entirely from the mind's own thread. Zen practice invites us to notice when we are carrying what could be set down. Through meditation, we gradually develop the capacity to witness thoughts without being swept away by them. Like clouds drifting across the sky, we allow them to come and go. We learn to distinguish between useful reflection, which brings understanding, and unhelpful rumination, which entangles us further. Each time we return to the present moment, we taste the lightness of freedom. The Buddha once said, "In the end, only three things matter: how much you loved, how gently you lived, and how gracefully you let go of things not meant for you." These words are a mirror. They invite us to ask ourselves, what am I carrying that I no longer need? Old resentments from injuries long past, anxieties about futures that have not yet arrived, harsh judgments about myself or others. These burdens weigh heavily, though they are made only of thought. In Japanese Zen, there is a practice called sesshin, which literally means touching the mind-heart. During intensive meditation retreats, practitioners sit in silence hour after hour, day after day. At first, the weight of what they carry often surfaces: memories, regrets, worries, unfinished stories of the mind. But as practice deepens, many discover that these burdens are not permanent. They can be released. The experience of laying them down, even briefly, brings a profound sense of lightness, as though stepping into a new life. Tanzan's lesson to Aikido is timeless. Compassion requires presence, and freedom requires letting go. The woman was carried for a few steps. The thought of her need not be carried at all. The challenge for us is the same: to meet each moment with clarity and kindness, and then to release it, so we can walk unburdened into the next. Letting go is not about forgetting, erasing, or denying our experiences. It is not a kind of forced amnesia. Rather, it is about refusing to let those experiences harden into obstacles that prevent us from living fully in the present moment. The memories remain, the lessons remain, but the clinging and the weight are released. In your own daily life, notice when you are still carrying something long after the actual event has ended. Perhaps you are replaying a sharp exchange of words, rehearsing what you could have said differently. Perhaps you are worrying about a mistake at work, or silently nursing a grievance against someone who wronged you. These mental loops are heavy, yet most of the heaviness is self-created. Ask yourself, can I, like Tanzan, respond appropriately to what each moment requires, and then return to the journey without residue? The Buddha reminded us, happiness never decreases by being shared. In the same way, peace of mind never diminishes when we let go. In fact, it grows. By laying down what no longer needs to be carried, we free space for compassion, clarity, and joy. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, try an experiment. Imagine gently placing each concern, each unresolved situation, each judgment or worry on the ground beside you, as though setting down a bag you've been carrying all day. Tell yourself, they will still be there in the morning if I truly need to pick them up again. For now, though, grant yourself the lightness of traveling unburdened, even if only for the span of one night's rest. Feel the spaciousness that opens when you are no longer entangled. Remember Tanzan's wisdom. True freedom is not found in avoiding life's muddy waters, but in crossing them when necessary, and then walking on with an uncluttered heart. With this spirit of freedom, let us turn to another story, one that explores the power of inner silence. This is the tale of the cricket in the temple. In the heart of a bustling Japanese city stood a magnificent temple that had endured for centuries. Its golden roof gleamed in the sunlight. Its tall wooden pillars bore the marks of countless seasons, and its grounds welcomed a constant flow of visitors. Surrounding it was the din of modern life, traffic rushing by, construction hammering in the distance, the chatter of tourists. Yet mysteriously, within its walls, a profound and timeless silence seemed to prevail. One day, a young musician came to visit this temple. He was not only skilled in his art, but also deeply curious about meditation. What fascinated him most was not the grandeur of the architecture, but the quality of the silence that seemed to envelop the sacred space. He wondered, how could such deep quiet exist in the middle of such noise? He sat quietly in a corner of the main hall, closed his eyes, and allowed his hearing to open wide. At first he noticed the obvious sounds, the shuffle of feet on the wooden floor, the occasional murmur of voices, the faint hum of the city beyond the gates. But then, to his surprise, he became aware of something far subtler, a faint rhythmic sound, so delicate it was almost imperceptible. It was not nomming from outside, but from within the temple itself. Intrigued, he followed the sound, his ears guiding him more than his eyes. At last he discovered the source, a tiny cricket, living in a small crack in one of the ancient wooden pillars. The musician was astonished. How could the sound of such a small creature carry through the vast hall, overcoming the noise of the city and the chatter of visitors? Still bewildered, he approached an elderly monk who was sweeping the temple floor. "Venerable one," the musician asked, "have you noticed that there is a cricket living inside that pillar?" The monk paused his sweeping, smiled warmly, and said, "Ah, so you have heard our little friend. Yes, he has lived in the temple for many years. But how is it possible," the musician pressed, "that the sound of such a tiny insect can be heard in this great hall, while all the noise of the city outside fades into the background?" The monk laid his broom gently against the wall. He reached into his robe and drew out a single coin. Holding it between his fingers, he said quietly, "Come, what?" The monk let the coin slip from his fingers. It struck the stone floor with a sharp metallic ring that echoed through the vast temple hall. Instantly, nearly every visitor, pilgrims, tourists, even the distracted, turned their heads toward the sound. Eyes followed the coin as it rolled briefly before coming to rest. The old monk turned back to the puzzled musician and smiled. "People hear what they are listening for," he said softly. "The coin is no louder than the cricket, yet nearly everyone noticed it. Why? Because money speaks a language we are all trained from birth to recognize. The cricket sings day and night, but few notice its song, because few are listening for such voices." He paused, allowing the words to settle. Then he continued, "Those who learn to quiet their inner noise can hear what others miss, not just the faint chirping of crickets, but the whispers of wisdom that flow constantly beneath the clamor of everyday life. True silence is not merely the absence of sound, it is the presence of attention." The young musician bowed deeply, realizing that what he had received was not a lesson in music, but a teaching in life itself. He had been shown the difference between hearing and listening, between external quiet and inner silence. The Buddha once taught, "He who is patient is the greatest warrior." This saying applies not only to the outer struggles of life, but profoundly to our inner world. The greatest battles are not fought against armies or adversaries, but against the endless internal chatter that fills our minds, the judgments, fears, desires, and restless thoughts that drown out the subtle music of reality. Why, then, do we find it so difficult to hear the crickets in our lives, the quiet truths, the subtle beauty, the whispers of intuition? Zen Buddhism points to several reasons why inner silence is so often lost. First is conditioning. From an early age, we are trained to value certain signals over others. Just as everyone instantly noticed the coin but ignored the cricket, we are taught to give attention to what is dramatic, urgent, or socially valuable. Deadlines, crises, loud voices, breaking news. Meanwhile, the small, the subtle, the gentle, like the rustling of leaves, the shift of breath, or a moment of quiet insight, pass by unnoticed, though they may contain deeper truth. Second is the restless quality of mind that Zen calls the monkey mind. Like a monkey, leaping from branch to branch, our consciousness jumps restlessly from one thought to the next. Rarely do we linger long enough to perceive what lies beneath the surface. This inner chatter acts as a veil, filtering reality through a constant stream of commentary, analysis, and distraction. As long as the mind is noisy, the delicate voice of wisdom cannot be heard. Third is the loss of wonder. Children naturally notice crickets, ants, cloud patterns, and other subtle phenomena. They marvel at what adults overlook, because they have not yet been trained to dismiss the insignificant. But as we grow older, we often lose this capacity for fresh perception. We become selective, noticing only what seems useful, while the extraordinary within the ordinary slips away. The cricket is no less wondrous than the coin, but wonder itself requires openness. Zen practice offers a way to restore this openness. It cultivates what might be called active silence. This is not the forced suppression of thought, nor a blank emptiness. Rather, it is an alert and receptive awareness, a listening beyond habit, a perception attuned to what lies between the usual noises of mind. Through meditation, we train ourselves to notice when we are caught in inner monologue and to gently release it, returning to the raw immediacy of the present. Each time we return, even for a breath, we strengthen the capacity to hear the subtle crickets of life. We discover that silence is not the absence of thought, but the space that allows us to hear more fully. The Buddha expressed this truth simply: all that we are is the result of what we have thought. When our thoughts race chaotically, our world reflects that chaos. When our thoughts settle into stillness, the world reveals its hidden harmony. The mind is everything. What we think, we become. When the mind is filled with constant noise, worries, judgments, comparisons, and distractions, we inevitably become noisy ourselves. Our energy scatters, our focus fragments, and the deeper wisdom available in stillness remains out of reach. In Japanese aesthetics, there is a concept known as ma, the meaningful pause, the empty space that gives shape and form to the whole. In music, ma is the silence between notes that creates rhythm and flow. In conversation, it is the attentive pause that makes true understanding possible. And in life itself, ma is found in those quiet moments of receptivity that often contain the most profound insights. The cricket in the temple is not merely an insect. It is a symbol of all the subtle voices of wisdom that hum constantly beneath the surface of our awareness. The intuitions we brush aside, the natural rhythms we override, the quiet warnings we dismiss, and the gentle beauty we overlook. When we cultivate inner silence, These subtle voices become audible. They offer guidance and clarity that cannot be reached by the noisy, restless mind. Tonight, as you rest in the quiet of this moment, see if you can listen beyond the chatter of your thoughts. Can you hear the crickets within your own awareness? Perhaps you will notice the soft rhythm of your breathing or subtle sensations in your body that usually go unnoticed. Perhaps you will sense a quiet intuition about a situation in your life, something that was drowned out by busyness during the day. The Buddha taught, the quieter you become, the more you can hear. In cultivating this inner silence, we discover something profound. The wisdom we seek has been speaking to us all along. It is not absent. It is not hidden. It has simply been drowned out by our own mental noise. When we learn to be still, the wisdom reveals itself. And so, as we continue our journey through the wisdom of Zen, let us turn to another story, one that illustrates the power of presence, of meeting life directly and completely. This is the teaching of the Zen master and the strawberries. A young Zen student once approached his master with a troubled heart. "Master," he said, bowing respectfully, "I have been studying Zen diligently for 3 years, yet my mind remains restless. When I sit in meditation, thoughts flood in like a river. When I try to be mindful during the day, I am constantly pulled into worries about the future or regrets about the past. How can I ever find peace?" The master listened quietly, without interruption, his gaze calm and steady. After a few moments of silence, he said, "Come with me. There is something I wish to show you." The master led the student out of the monastery and onto a narrow mountain path. They walked in silence for nearly an hour, the air filled with the scent of pine and the distant cry of birds. Finally, they reached a high cliff that overlooked a breathtaking valley. Far below, a silver river wound its way gracefully through meadows and forests, glinting in the afternoon sun. The mountains stood watch on the horizon, and the entire landscape shimmered with quiet majesty. The master gestured for the student to sit with him near the edge of the cliff. When both were seated comfortably, the master reached into the folds of his robe and pulled out 2 perfectly ripe strawberries. Their skin was glistening red, dotted with seeds, their fragrance sweet and inviting. He placed one before the student and kept one for himself. "Eat," the master said simply, picking up his strawberry. The student was confused. He had come with a profound spiritual question about the restless nature of his mind, and the master had brought him all this way, only to instruct him to eat a piece of fruit. Still, out of respect and obedience, the student picked up the strawberry, uncertain what to expect. The student picked up the strawberry and slowly bit into it. The flavor was extraordinary, sweet yet tart, bursting with freshness, and so intensely fragrant that it seemed to awaken every sense. He had eaten strawberries many times before in his life, but somehow this one tasted unlike any other. It was as though he was meeting the fruit for the very first time. They sat together in silence, eating, as the master observed the student's expression of surprised delight. The young man's eyes widened, his posture softened, and for a moment his restless mind seemed completely stilled by the simple act of tasting. When they had finished, the master broke the silence. "Tell me," he asked, his voice calm and measured, "while you were eating the strawberry, where was your mind?" The student paused to reflect. A realization dawned on him. "It was here," he said slowly. "I was completely absorbed in the taste of the strawberry. There was nothing else." And during those moments, the master continued, "Were you burdened by thoughts of the past? Were you pulled into worries of the future? Did regret or fear trouble you?" The student shook his head. "No, master. There was only the strawberry." The master's eyes shone with quiet approval. "This," he said gently, "is the peace you seek. It is not found by chasing away thoughts, nor by trying to force the mind into some extraordinary state. Peace arises naturally when you bring your whole awareness to the reality of the present moment, whatever it may be, whether it is a strawberry, a single breath, a simple task, or even a painful emotion. If you are fully here with it, the past cannot touch you, and the future has no hold. They exist only in thought. And when thought dissolves into pure experience, what remains is peace. The student furrowed his brow. But master, he protested softly, the strawberry was easy to be present with, because it was pleasant and sweet. What about when life gives me something bitter, difficult, or even painful? How can I be present with suffering? The master nodded, as if he had been waiting for this question. An excellent inquiry. And yes, it is more challenging. But the practice is the same. Presence does not depend on what appears before you. Whether you face a strawberry or a snake, joy or sorrow, praise or blame, the nature of the object changes, but the quality of awareness you bring to it need not. This is the great freedom of Zen practice, the power to meet all of life with the same steady, unshaken presence. Hearing this, the student bowed deeply, gratitude shining in his eyes. From that day onward, he approached his meditation and daily practice differently. No longer did he struggle to eliminate thoughts or chase after some elusive, perfect state of stillness. Instead, he committed himself to bringing complete presence to each activity, each conversation, each step, and each breath. To his surprise, he discovered that the peace he had been searching for had never been hidden. It was always available in the most ordinary moments of his life. The Buddha taught, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment." This simple yet profound teaching points directly to the path of freedom. Peace is not achieved by escaping our current experience, nor by waiting for better circumstances. It is found in fully inhabiting the moment at hand, whether it feels mundane or extraordinary. The strawberry in this story represents any ordinary moment of life. When met with wholehearted presence, even the simplest act, tasting a piece of fruit, washing a dish, or walking across a room, reveals itself as radiant and extraordinary. And yet, why do we struggle so persistently with being present? Why does this teaching, so simple in words, feel so difficult in practice? Zen Buddhism identifies several patterns that pull us away from the immediacy of now. The first is our habitual time traveling, the mind's tendency to swing endlessly between the past and the future. We review what has already happened, replaying conversations or rehashing mistakes, or we lean into what has not yet come, anticipating possibilities, constructing scenarios, or worrying about outcomes. This restless mental movement is so constant that we barely notice it, yet it robs us of the only reality we ever truly have, the present moment. The second is our deeply ingrained evaluation system. The mind, the master explained, has a habit of automatically sorting every experience into categories: pleasant or unpleasant, desirable or undesirable, important or unimportant. This ceaseless evaluation creates a subtle resistance to what is actually happening. Even when we don't realize it, we are constantly reaching toward what we prefer and pushing away what we dislike. This grasping and rejecting keeps us slightly removed from the immediacy of the present. A third obstacle is our endless search for special experiences. The belief that peace, happiness, or awakening must come in some extraordinary form, packaged in rare or dramatic qualities, different from the texture of ordinary life. This misunderstanding misleads us to the profound beauty already available in the simplest moments, such as tasting a strawberry, hearing a bird's call, or feeling the rise and fall of breath. The Japanese concept of ichigo ichi, one time, one meeting, captures the fleeting, precious nature of every encounter. Each breath, each sensation, each interaction is utterly unique, never to repeat in exactly the same way again. When this truth is deeply understood, presence is no longer forced effort, but natural inevitability. We want to show up fully because we recognize the unrepeatable gift of each moment. Zen practice is designed to train this capacity for presence, both through formal meditation and in the small acts of daily life. In Zen seated meditation, we notice again and again when the mind has wandered, and each time we return gently to the simplicity of breath and posture. This continual returning is not failure, but the essence of practice itself. In daily life, simple activities, walking, eating, cleaning, working, become equally powerful opportunities to return to presence, to discover the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. The Buddha taught, the secret of health for both mind and body is not to mourn for the past, worry about the future, or anticipate troubles, but to live in the present moment wisely and earnestly. This teaching reminds us that presence is not only a spiritual ideal, but also the foundation of well-being in every dimension of life. A mind lost in past and future generates suffering. A mind anchored in the present cultivates clarity, health, and peace. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, you can experiment with bringing the same quality of complete presence you experienced with the strawberry to the act of lying down. Feel the weight of your body against the bed, the gentle rhythm of your breathing, the gradual softening of your muscles. Let each moment of the transition into rest be met fully, without reaching for tomorrow or replaying today. As the Buddha taught, wherever you are, be there, totally. In this complete presence lies the peace that has always been available, waiting quietly for our full attention to reveal itself. Let us now turn to a story about clearing away the obstacles that obscure our true nature. This is the story of polishing the mirror. A young monk once approached his Zen master after many years of sincere practice. Despite his devotion, a deep frustration weighed on his heart. "Master," he said, his voice trembling with both weariness and longing, "I have practiced diligently for 7 years now. I follow every precept faithfully. I meditate each day without fail. I study the sutras with dedication. And yet I feel no closer to enlightenment than when I first began. Tell me, what am I doing wrong?" The old master regarded the monk with deep compassion. Instead of answering with words, he silently gestured for the young man to follow. Together they walked to a forgotten storage room at the back of the monastery. Inside, hidden behind piles of scrolls, ceremonial implements, and layers of dust, stood an ancient mirror. Once, long ago, it had been beautiful, polished to a shine so clear that it could reflect with stunning brightness. But now its surface was completely clouded by years of neglect. Dust, grime, and oxidation obscured its true nature. The monk looked at it in puzzlement, wondering what lesson his master was about to reveal. "Do you see this mirror?" the master asked softly, resting his hand on the old, dust-covered glass. "Yes," replied the monk, still somewhat confused by the seemingly irrelevant question. "Tell me," the master continued, "was this mirror created by the dust that now covers it?" The monk frowned, considering carefully. "No, of course not. The mirror exists independent of the dust. The dust is only a covering." "Exactly," said the master. "And if someone wished to see their reflection in this mirror, what would they need to do?" "They would need to clean it," the monk replied, his voice slow, cautious, but beginning to sense where the teaching was pointing. "They would need to wipe away the dust and polish the surface." The master nodded gently, and placed a soft cloth into the monk's hands. Then, please, clean this mirror. Day after day, the young monk devoted himself to the task. At first, the accumulated grime of decades did not yield easily. The surface was dull, almost lifeless, as if the mirror had forgotten its own purpose. The monk tried water, then oil, then fine ash, and even special polishing compounds used by artisans. Each day required patience, persistence, and quiet faith. Slowly, ever so slowly, the mirror's hidden brightness began to reveal itself. Weeks passed. The monk's arms grew tired, but his resolve deepened. Gradually, the ancient surface began to shimmer. What was once dull and clouded now reflected the light of the lanterns in the storeroom. At last, after many weeks of dedicated work, the mirror stood completely restored, gleaming, luminous, perfectly reflective, as if it had been reborn. When the master came to inspect it, he smiled faintly, his eyes shining. "Tell me," he asked, "did your efforts create the mirror's reflective nature?" The monk bowed his head. "No, master. The mirror always possessed the ability to reflect. My cleaning did not create that quality. It simply removed what was hiding it." The master's face softened into deep compassion. "So, it is with your Buddha nature," he said quietly. "Enlightenment is not something you create through effort, nor is it an achievement you add to yourself. Your true nature, clear, luminous, and perfectly reflective of reality, has been present from the very beginning. Practice is not about manufacturing what you lack, but about removing the obscurations that hide what has always been there." The master continued, "The dust represents your attachments, your aversions, your delusions, the countless mental patterns that cloud your inherent clarity. Meditation, keeping precepts, study, all of these are like the cloth you use to polish the mirror. They do not create enlightenment, they reveal it. They uncover your original face." Hearing this, the young monk felt something shift within him. His heart, which had been heavy with striving, suddenly lightened. He realized that all these years, he had been practicing with the hidden belief that enlightenment was somewhere far away, a prize to be won after long effort. Now he understood. The essence of awakening was already present within him. His practice was not about becoming something else, but about gently uncovering what he already was. From that moment forward, his approach transformed. Rather than straining after some idealized state, he practiced with a sense of intimacy and care, recognizing the dust of conditioning as it appeared, and patiently cleaning it away, allowing his inherent Buddha nature to shine forth naturally. The Buddha taught, "The mind is everything. What you think, you become." This teaching points to the immense power of our thoughts and mental pattern. Like dust on a mirror, our conditioned ways of perceiving, our fears, judgments, and misconceptions can obscure the radiant awareness that is our birthright. But just as no amount of dust can ever destroy the mirror beneath, no amount of delusion can ever erase our true nature. And yet, why does the dust seem to accumulate so persistently? Why is it so easy to lose sight of our clarity? Zen Buddhism identifies several causes of this obscuration. The first is what Buddhists call ignorance, avidya. This is not the absence of intelligence, but a deep, fundamental mental misunderstanding of who we truly are. We mistake the dust for the mirror. We identify with our fleeting thoughts, emotions, and self-images, forgetting that beneath them lies the clear, reflective mind. The second is the force of habitual patterns. Each moment of grasping, each reaction of aversion, each thought rooted in a limited self-concept, adds another layer of dust. These patterns reinforce one another, building over time into what feels like an impenetrable coating across the mirror of awareness. The third great source of obscuration is our cultural conditioning. From childhood, we are steeped in ideas that emphasize achievement, accumulation, and endless self-improvement. We are taught, explicitly and implicitly, that we must add something to ourselves in order to be whole. More knowledge, more possessions, more titles, more skills. Rarely are we taught to pause, to recognize, or to simply allow. Our conditioning whispers that we are never enough as we are, that we must polish our identity with accomplishments and acquisitions, not realizing that this pursuit only adds more layers of dust to the mirror of awareness. Zen offers another way. The Japanese word sesshin is often translated as intensive meditation retreat, but its literal meaning is far more intimate: to touch the mind-heart. This phrase captures the essence of Zen practice, not a process of gaining or constructing something new, but of directly contacting what has always been present beneath the obscuration. To touch the mind-heart is to encounter the original clarity, the luminous mirror that reflects all things without distortion. It is to glimpse our Buddha nature, our original face before our parents were born. At its core, Zen practice is a process of cleaning. It is not a project of self-perfection, but a patient wiping away of what hides our natural completeness. Meditation trains us to meet thoughts, emotions, and sensations as they arise without being swept away. In the stillness of seated practice, each breath becomes a gentle polishing of the mirror, each moment of awareness a clearing of the dust. The ethical precepts serve as another form of cleaning. They help us refrain from creating fresh dust through harmful speech, careless actions, or destructive habits. By living ethically, we reduce the accumulation of obscurations and give clarity space to shine through. The wisdom teachings, the sutras, the stories, the sayings of the masters point us again and again to this truth. Look beneath appearances, look beneath striving, look beneath the restless surface of the mind. What you will find is the mirror itself, clear, whole, and endlessly reflective. The Buddha expressed this with profound simplicity. What we are today comes from our thoughts of yesterday, and our present thoughts build our life of tomorrow. Our life is the creation of our mind. In this light, the dust that clouds our awareness is not permanent, nor is it an enemy. It is simply the residue of past thoughts and patterns, and it can be gently cleaned away through present awareness. Each mindful breath, each moment of compassion, each act of non-grasping is a polishing stroke across the surface of the mirror. In daily life, you can notice when the mirror of your awareness becomes clouded by stress, by worry, by judgment, by the restless churn of reactivity. Instead of fighting against these states or drowning in them, what if you regarded them as no more than a temporary layer of dust? To recognize them in this way is already to loosen their grip. The Buddha also reminded us, nothing is permanent. Everything is subject to change. Being is always becoming. This truth applies not only to mountains, rivers, and seasons, but also to the very mental states that obscure our clarity. The dust is not eternal. Even the thickest coating of confusion is impermanent. It can be removed, and beneath it, the pristine surface of awareness remains untouched, unstained, forever waiting to shine forth. So tonight, as you prepare for rest, you might imagine the day's accumulated dust, its thoughts, its emotions, its burdens, being gently wiped away. Each exhalation can be felt as a polishing stroke, each letting go, a clearing of the surface. What remains is the simple clarity of awareness itself, luminous and still. As the Buddha said, look within. Thou art the Buddha. The pristine mirror of your true nature has been present all along, waiting only for the patient, loving work of uncovering. Let us now turn to another story, one that illuminates the simplicity of Zen's direct path. It is called Pointing at the Moon. One evening, under the brilliance of a full moon, a Zen master walked with his disciple through the monastery gardens. The night was clear and cool, and the silver light of the moon lay across the path in shifting patterns of brightness and shadow. The fragrance of night-blooming flowers hung in the air, and the gravel crunched softly beneath their sandals. They walked for some time in companionable silence, but as the master glanced at his student, he noticed a heaviness in the young man's face, his brow furrowed, his shoulders tight with unspoken concern. "What troubles you?" the master finally asked. The disciple sighed. "Master, I have been studying the sutras with diligence. I read them daily, recite passages, and contemplate their meanings. Yet the more I read, the more confused I become. One text seems to contradict another. Some speak of rigorous, step-by-step practice. Others emphasize sudden enlightenment. Some elevate compassion, while others insist on wisdom. I cannot unify these teachings into a single, coherent understanding. I feel lost in their contradiction." The master listened quietly to his disciple's dilemma. Then, without explanation, he stopped walking, raised his arm, and pointed toward the radiant full moon, suspended in the velvet night sky. "Look," he said softly. The disciple lifted his gaze. Above him the moon shone in its perfect roundness, serene and luminous, casting silver light over the monastery gardens. For a long moment, the two stood in silence, bathed in its glow. Finally, the master asked, "Tell me, are you looking at my finger or at the moon?" "At the moon, of course," replied the disciple, puzzled by the simplicity of the question. "And did you need to analyze my finger in order to see the moon?" the master asked again. "No," the disciple admitted. "Your finger merely showed me the way." The master lowered his hand and nodded. "Exactly. The sutras, the teachings, the practices, they are all fingers pointing to the moon. They are not the moon itself. They direct us toward reality, but they are not reality. If you become overly preoccupied with the finger, measuring it, comparing it to other fingers, debating whether one finger is straighter or more elegant than another, you will miss the very moon it was pointing toward." They resumed walking, the sound of their sandals crunching softly against the gravel. After a few steps, the master continued, "The teachings may appear contradictory only because they are given to people of differing dispositions, capacities, and circumstances. Some require gradual practice, others are ready for sudden awakening. Some respond best to wisdom, others to compassion. Thus the sutras present many fingers, each pointing from a different angle, but all toward the same moon. The moon itself is not divided, nor is it in conflict with itself. When you look directly at it, there is only moonlight, unified, whole and complete." The disciple walked in silence, digesting his master's words. Slowly, his mind grew quieter. Instead of turning over the contradictions of the texts, he began to notice the coolness of the evening breeze against his skin, the soft chorus of crickets hidden in the grass, and the luminous stillness of the moon above. For the first time, he realized that the path to wisdom was not through endlessly accumulating and reconciling concepts, but through opening himself to the immediacy of experience. The Buddha himself offered this reminder: "My teaching is like a finger pointing to the moon. Do not mistake the finger for the moon." This warning addresses a very human tendency to become attached to words, doctrines, and teachings, forgetting that they are not the reality itself, only guides to it. Why do we so often confuse the finger for the moon? Zen points to several reasons. First is our deeply ingrained habit of conceptual thinking. From childhood, we are trained to interpret the world through language, labels, and categories. These concepts are useful tools, but we soon begin mistaking them for reality itself. We forget that water is only a word, not the cool wetness against the skin, that love is a label, not the warmth of connection itself. Our maps of reality become so dominant that we live more in the map than in the territory. Second is our cultural conditioning toward knowledge acquisition. In most educational systems, we are rewarded for memorizing, analyzing, and organizing information. We are praised for what we know in words, rather than for what we see directly. Wisdom, in contrast, arises from immediate, embodied experience, something our culture often undervalues. A third factor is our attachment to certainty. Teachings, doctrines, and philosophies offer a sense of stability in a world that often feels unpredictable. Clinging to the finger gives us the comfort of structure, but in doing so we avoid the vast, open mystery of the moonlight itself. Yet Zen continually reminds us that the finger has only one purpose: to direct our gaze beyond itself. Words and teachings are skillful means, not ultimate truth. To cling to them is to remain staring at the finger, mistaking the guide for the destination. But when we allow the finger to serve its function, we turn our eyes toward the luminous reality it indicates. So tonight, as you rest, you might reflect. What fingers are you clinging to? What teachings, concepts, or mental maps are you mistaking for the moon? Can you, even for a moment, set aside the finger and rest in the direct light of awareness itself, immediate, radiant, whole? In this simple shift lies the heart of Zen, not endless analysis, but direct seeing, not the finger, but the moon. A week later, the farmer's horse returned, galloping back into the pasture, but it was not alone. Trailing behind it was a small herd of wild horses, strong and untamed, who had followed it home from the hills. Suddenly, the farmer, who only days ago had no horse at all, found himself with many. The neighbors, astonished by this turn of events, rushed once again to his home. "What incredible fortune!" they exclaimed. "You have more horses than you ever dreamed of. Surely this is a blessing." The farmer, standing calmly at his doorway, simply nodded and replied, "We'll see." Soon after, the farmer's son, a young and eager man, began training one of the wild horses. But the animal, spirited and unbroken, resisted fiercely. During one attempt, the young man was thrown violently from its back, landing on the hard ground. His legs snapped, leaving him bedridden and unable to help with the demanding work of the farm. The neighbors returned, shaking their heads in sympathy. "What terrible luck," they cried. "Your son is injured. How will you manage the farm without his help?" The old farmer, with the same even voice, answered, "We'll see." Weeks passed. Then one day soldiers rode into the village. A war had broken out in the kingdom, and every able-bodied young man was being conscripted to fight. Families wept as their sons were taken away, not knowing if they would ever return. But when the soldiers saw the farmer's son with his broken leg, they passed him by. He was spared from the draft. Again the neighbors gathered. "How lucky you are," they exclaimed, relief and envy in their voices. "Your son will live while ours may not return." And again the farmer simply said, "We'll see." The Buddha taught, nothing is permanent. Everything is subject to change. Being is always becoming. The story of the farmer's horse illustrates this truth in living form. What seems like misfortune may reveal itself as blessing. What appears as blessing may bring unforeseen hardship. Events by themselves are not fixed as good or bad. It is our judgments that label them, often too quickly and too narrowly. Why do we cling so tightly to these judgments? Zen points to several reasons. First, our mind is conditioned to divide experience into categories: pleasant or unpleasant, success or failure, gain or loss. But this labeling is premature, for no event reveals its full consequences immediately. The broken leg may prevent work today, but may save a life tomorrow. Second, we are driven by the desire for certainty. In a world that constantly shifts, our judgments offer the illusion of stability. If we can call something good, we can cling to it. If we can call something bad, we can brace against it. Yet life resists these tidy compartments. Third, we overlook the vast web of interconnection. An event never exists in isolation. It unfolds within a larger tapestry of causes and conditions that are always in flux. To label one strand as good or bad is to ignore the whole pattern still emerging. The wisdom of the farmer lies not in passivity, but in patience. His "will see" is not resignation, but recognition, an acknowledgement that life's unfolding cannot be grasped in a single moment or judged by a single outcome. True equanimity arises when we meet each event fully, without rushing to fix it in the frame of fortune or misfortune. Zen practice helps us cultivate this equanimity by returning us to the present. In meditation, when a pleasant thought arises, we notice it and let it pass. When an unpleasant feeling arises, we notice it and let it pass. In both cases, we see clearly that no state lasts forever. This awareness loosens our grip on judgment and allows us to rest in the fluidity of life. The Japanese phrase "aruga mama" means "as it is," or to accept things as they are. It does not mean indifference or apathy, but a deep trust in the unfolding of conditions, trusting that what is appearing now is simply what is, and that it will inevitably change. Tonight, as you prepare to rest, reflect on the events of your day. Did something happen that you quickly judged as bad, or something you clung to as good? Can you hold these experiences instead, with the farmer's wisdom, softly whispering, "We'll see"? In doing so, you allow life to reveal its deeper meaning in its own time, without forcing it into the narrow boxes of the mind. Equanimity is not about suppressing emotion, but about seeing beyond first impressions, beyond the restless labeling of the mind. In this way, we become like the farmer, present, steady, and open to whatever unfolds, trusting the deeper current of life to carry us forward. Now the farmer, who only days ago had owned a single horse, suddenly had a dozen magnificent animals in his corral. Their manes glistened in the sunlight, their strong bodies pawed the earth, and their restless energy filled the farm with new vitality. Word spread quickly through the village, and before long the neighbors once again came rushing to the farmer's home, this time not with pity, but with excitement. "What amazing luck!" they declared, their voices full of admiration. "You had only one horse, and now you have many. Surely this makes you the richest farmer in the village. Your fortune has turned overnight." The farmer smiled gently, bowing his head in thanks for their enthusiasm. But as before, his reply was the same steady words, "We'll see." The very next day, the farmer's only son took on the task of training these wild creatures. Strong and spirited, the horses resisted every attempt at control. One particularly fierce stallion reared up and threw the young man violently to the ground. A sharp crack echoed as his leg broke badly, leaving him writhing in pain. When the neighbors heard this, they hurried once more to the farmer's home. Their tones now carried sorrow instead of celebration. "What terrible luck," they lamented. "Your son is gravely injured and cannot help you with the farm work. With the harvest so near, this is surely a disaster." The old farmer listened with calm attention, acknowledging their concern, yet his answer was unchanged. "We'll see." Not even a week later, the distant drumbeats of war reached the village. Military officials arrived, conscripting all able-bodied young men to fight in a conflict that had just erupted with a neighboring kingdom. The villagers watched in grief as their sons were taken away, knowing well that many would never return. When the soldiers saw the farmer's son with his broken leg, they passed him by. The injury that had seemed such misfortune now spared him from the horrors of war. The neighbors, overwhelmed with grief for their own sons, yet relieved for the farmer, came to him in tears. Their voices trembled with both sorrow and admiration. "Your luck is incredible. While we suffer, your son has been spared." The farmer, with deep compassion in his eyes, received their words, and once again, with the same gentle steadiness, he said simply, "We'll see." The Buddha taught, "Do not judge by appearances. Find the truth behind all form." This timeless instruction is perfectly embodied in the farmer's story. His repeated response, "We'll see," reflects a profound wisdom. No single event can be fully understood in isolation. Each occurrence is part of a vast unfolding, a web of causes and conditions, still in motion. Why then do we rush so quickly to categorize experiences as good or bad, fortunate or unfortunate? Zen points to the habits of our dualistic mind. We are conditioned to split reality into opposites: pleasant versus unpleasant, gain versus loss, success versus failure. This immediate sorting gives us a sense of orientation and control, but it blinds us to the greater complexity of life's unfolding. The Japanese concept of fubika describes the mind that does not divide experience into like and dislike. Instead, it rests open, allowing all phenomena to be what they are, without hasty judgment. Such a mind can meet life with spacious awareness, as the farmer did, without clinging to excitement or collapsing into despair. Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh often spoke of interbeing, the profound interconnectedness of all things. Nothing exists alone. Everything is woven into a fabric of countless relationships. The farmer's story shows this truth in motion. The unfortunate loss of his horse led to the fortunate arrival of many horses. The fortunate gain of the herd led to the unfortunate injury of his son. That apparent misfortune led to the fortunate sparing of his life from war. Each event was bound to the others, like ripples moving outward in a vast pond. What we call luck or misfortune are merely snapshots, judgments frozen in a single moment of an unfolding process that is never still. Life is not a straight line, but a flowing river, turning, twisting, revealing new perspectives with each bend. To live like the farmer is not to deny emotion, but to rest in trust. Trust that what arises is only one chapter of a larger story. Trust that joy and sorrow, gain and loss, are interwoven threads of the same tapestry. His will see is a practice of equanimity, a refusal to be enslaved by fleeting appearances. Tonight, as you reflect on your own life, consider, is there an event you have quickly judged as misfortune, or perhaps one you've clung to as unshakable good fortune? Can you soften your grip and whisper inwardly, "We'll see"? By doing so, you step into the same vast patience as the farmer, allowing life to unfold in its own mysterious rhythm. The Buddha said, "With our thoughts, we create the world. If our thoughts cling to fixed judgments, our world becomes rigid and narrow. But if our thoughts remain open, curious, and patient, our world becomes spacious, fluid, and alive with possibility." Each event flowed into the next in an unbroken stream of causes and effects, like water coursing down a mountainside, changing direction, but never ceasing in its movement. The Buddha said, if we could see the miracle of a single flower clearly, our whole life would change. This teaching points to the vast depth and subtle complexity, hidden even in what seems ordinary. To look closely at a flower is to see the entire universe at work: the soil, the rain, the sunlight, the countless generations of seeds that came before, the insects that pollinate it, the unseen life within its roots. Nothing stands alone, and nothing is as simple as it appears at first glance. When we slow down enough to perceive without the filter of our judgments, we begin to recognize this depth. We see that every experience is layered, carrying within it multiple dimensions, hidden potentials, and future developments we cannot yet foresee. What at first looks like misfortune may become a doorway to grace. What seems like luck may carry within it seeds of challenge. Life is not fixed in our categories of good and bad. It is alive, fluid, and endlessly unfolding. Zen practice cultivates this capacity for suspended judgment by training us in mindfulness of our automatic reactions. The mind, by habit, leaps quickly to label pleasant or unpleasant, success or failure, gain or loss. By practicing awareness, we notice this reflex as it arises. In that noticing, a space opens, a pause between stimulus and reaction. Within this pause lies freedom, the freedom to respond with equanimity rather than react with grasping or aversion. The farmer's simple phrase, "We'll see," embodies this wisdom. He did not deny action. He still searched for his horse, still tended to his son, still adapted to each circumstance, but he met each event without the heavy burden of premature judgment. He lived with the openness of not knowing, which shielded him from the extra layer of suffering that comes from clinging to certainty. The Buddha said, "As rain falls equally on the just and the unjust, do not burden your heart with judgments, but rain your kindness equally on all." This teaching extends the farmer's equanimity toward experience into the realm of relationships. When we stop dividing people into friend and enemy, deserving and undeserving, we discover a deeper capacity for compassion. Just as the farmer withheld judgment about events, so too can we withhold judgment about others, allowing our kindness to fall impartially like rain. Tonight, as you reflect on the recent events of your own life, the ones you've labeled good luck or bad luck, success or failure, can you hold them with the farmer's will? Can you soften the urge to declare final meaning and instead trust that the story is still unfolding? As the Buddha taught, nothing is permanent. Everything is subject to change. Being is always becoming. To live with this understanding is to meet life's continuous unfolding with equanimity and with grace. It is not passivity, nor is it indifference. It is a way of walking through the world with steady presence, trusting the flow of causes and conditions, and resting in the clarity that no single moment tells the whole story. Let us now turn to another teaching tale, one that illustrates not the uncertainty of fortune, but the nature of true wisdom. This is the story of the cup of tea. A university professor, widely known for his scholarly knowledge of philosophy and religion, once set out to visit a Zen master. The professor had spent years poring over ancient scriptures, analyzing texts, and publishing academic papers. He was regarded by his peers as an expert in Buddhist thought, yet for all his study, something in him remained restless, unsatisfied. Curious to encounter a living master of the Zen tradition, and perhaps to confirm the brilliance of his own ideas, he traveled to the master's modest dwelling. The elderly teacher welcomed him warmly, offering a bow and inviting him to sit upon a simple cushion. The professor entered with eager anticipation, convinced he was about to engage in a lofty exchange of wisdom. Before beginning their dialogue, the master suggested they share tea. The professor agreed politely, assuming it was a mere formality before the real conversation would begin. As the master moved with quiet, deliberate grace, boiling the water, preparing the leaves, arranging the cups, the professor could not contain himself. He began to speak. At first, he quoted passages from the sutras, showing his mastery of scriptural knowledge. Then he moved on to analyze the subtle differences between Zen schools, comparing them to Western philosophy, weaving together long chains of argument and interpretation. His words poured out rapidly, like a flood, filling the quiet space of the small room. The master, meanwhile, listened in silence, his face calm, his hands steady. At last, the water was ready. He placed a cup before the professor and began to pour the steaming tea. The professor, still talking, nodded absently, barely glancing at the cup as he continued his discourse. The master poured until the cup was full, yet his hand did not stop. Tea spilled over the rim, streaming across the table and dripping into the professor's lap. "Stop," cried the professor, leaping up in alarm. "The cup is already full. No more will go in." The Zen master calmly set down the teapot and met the professor's eyes. "Like this cup," he said softly, "you are full of your own opinions, theories, and speculations. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" In that instant, the professor was struck silent. His torrent of words halted. He saw with painful clarity that all his knowledge about Zen had become a wall between him and the living essence of Zen. His cup was so overflowing with concepts, comparisons, and second-hand information that there was no space left for direct experience or genuine understanding. Humbled, the professor bowed deeply to the master. "I see now," he whispered, "that I know nothing of Zen. Please teach me as if I were a beginner." The master's face softened into a smile. "In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities. In the expert's mind, there are few. Let us begin with an empty cup." From that day forward, the professor's approach transformed. No longer driven to accumulate more theories to cram into his already burdened intellect, he began to practice emptying instead, setting aside preconceptions, loosening the grip of fixed opinions, creating space for direct encounter and unmediated insight. His studies became less about mastery and more about openness. The Buddha said, "In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities. In the expert's mind, there are few." This teaching reveals the paradox of wisdom. Often it is not addition, but subtraction, not knowing more, but releasing what we think we know, that opens the doorway to truth. Why do we so easily confuse information with wisdom? Zen points to several causes. First is our cultural conditioning. From childhood, many of us are trained to value intellectual knowledge above all other ways of knowing. We memorize facts, accumulate theories, and prize conceptual mastery, often at the expense of cultivating intuitive, embodied, or experiential understanding. Second is the ego's attachment to knowledge. Opinions and information become part of our identity. To know gives us a sense of worth, control, and social standing. Emptying the cup threatens this identity because it requires the vulnerability of admitting we do not know, a posture the ego resists fiercely. Third is our discomfort with emptiness itself. In much of Western culture, emptiness is regarded as deficiency, a void to be filled as quickly as possible. In Zen, however, shunyata, emptiness, is not a lack, but a fullness of potential, like the empty sky that holds the moon, or the empty vessel ready to receive nourishment. The Japanese term mushin, or no mind, points to this fertile openness. Mushin is not thoughtlessness, but rather a mind unbound by clinging, a mind that holds thoughts lightly and lets them pass like clouds across a clear sky. In such openness, inspiration and insight arise naturally, like fresh tea filling an empty cup. Zen practice trains us in this art of emptying. Meditation teaches us to notice when we are caught in concepts and gently return to direct presence. The spirit of Shoshin, beginner's mind, invites us to encounter each moment as if for the first time, unburdened by stale familiarity. And Zen's emphasis on direct transmission beyond words reminds us that the most essential truths cannot be captured in concepts at all, but must be tasted directly. The Buddha said, "To know and not to act is not yet to know. True wisdom is not a possession of the intellect. It is lived, embodied, and expressed in how we move through the world, with humility, openness, and presence." Let us now turn to a story about the transformative power of direct perception, one that illustrates how clarity often comes, not through adding, but through the simple act of seeing. This is the story of the sound of one hand. This teaching highlights the crucial difference between intellectual understanding and embodied wisdom. True knowing is never confined to the mind. It ripples outward and transforms how we live, how we act, and how we relate to the world. Until knowledge changes our way of being, it remains little more than information, like tea that never actually enters the cup, leaving us thirsty despite the appearance of abundance. In your own journey of learning, notice the moments when your cup may already be too full to receive anything new. Perhaps you enter a conversation, convinced you already know what the other person will say, leaving no space for surprise or discovery. Or you open a book while silently filtering each line through your existing beliefs, allowing only what fits your worldview to pass through. Or you encounter a challenge and immediately assume you understand it because of similar experiences in the past. These are full cup moments, moments when certainty prevents openness and habit blocks fresh insight. When the cup is full, even the sweetest tea cannot be tasted. But when we empty the cup, even ordinary water can become life-giving. Tonight, as you rest in awareness, experiment with emptying your cup. Release what you think you know about relaxation, about yourself, about these very teachings. Let go of the categories and labels. In that spaciousness, direct experience is free to reveal itself beyond the mind's concepts, beyond expectation. As the Buddha taught, empty your boat of water and it will go lightly and swiftly. In the same way, when we empty the mind of fixed ideas and preconceptions, we move through life with greater ease, receptivity, and wisdom. We do not lose ourselves in this emptying. We rediscover our natural clarity. Let us now turn to a story about perspective, one that reveals the limits of judgment and the immediacy of heaven and hell. This is the gate of paradise. Long ago there lived a samurai warrior, renowned throughout the land for his unmatched skill, unwavering loyalty, and strict devotion to the samurai code of honor. He had served his lord faithfully for many years, fighting in countless battles, earning honor, respect, and a name that carried weight, even among enemies. And yet, as seasons turned and wars quieted, the warrior found himself troubled. Deep questions stirred within him about life and death, the meaning of his martial path, and the nested destiny that awaited him beyond the battlefield. Hearing of a wise Zen master who dwelt in a remote mountain temple, the samurai resolved to make the journey. After days of arduous travel along narrow mountain paths, he finally reached the humble temple gate. The master who emerged to greet him was not what the samurai expected. An elderly monk, small in stature, dressed in simple robes, his demeanor calm and unassuming. There was nothing outwardly impressive about him, yet his presence radiated a quiet strength. The samurai bowed slightly, introduced himself with dignity, and proudly recounted his many accomplishments and titles. Then he came to the heart of his quest. "Master," he said, his voice steady but urgent, "I have come to inquire about heaven and hell. Can you tell me about these realms?" The Zen master looked up at the towering warrior and, to the samurai's shock, suddenly burst into laughter. But this was not gentle laughter. It was sharp, mocking, cutting through the samurai's composure. "You call yourself a samurai. the master scoffed. Look at you, puffed up, clinging to titles and reputation. You're nothing but a pretender in armor. What lord would entrust his life to such a foolish, posturing figure? You disgrace the very code you claim to honor. Stop wasting my time with your childish questions. The samurai's face flushed crimson, his pride pierced, his honor insulted, his rage rose like fire. In a blur of motion, his hand reached for his sword. With lightning speed, he unsheathed it, raising the blade high above his head, ready to strike the insolent monk down in one decisive blow. At that precise instant, the master's gaze remained calm, unshaken. Looking directly into the warrior's burning eyes, he said softly, "That is the gate of hell." The words pierced the samurai, deeper than any blade. Time seemed to stop. In a flash of insight, he understood. The master had deliberately provoked him, not out of cruelty, but as a teaching. In an instant, his own pride, anger, and violence had created a hell realm within his mind. Hell was not a distant place to be feared after death. It was the state of being consumed by hatred and delusion in the present moment. The warrior's grip loosened. Slowly, trembling, he lowered the sword. His heart softened, and a wave of humility washed over him. He bowed deeply to the master, gratitude shining through his tears. "Thank you, master," he whispered. "I see now." The master's eyes twinkled. He returned the bow and said gently, "And now, that is the gate of paradise." As the samurai straightened from his deep bow, the master regarded him with eyes full of gentleness and quiet clarity. With a voice soft but firm, he said, "And that is the gate of paradise." The words settled into the samurai's heart, like ripples spreading across still water. In that instant, he saw what he had never before understood. Heaven and hell were not distant realms to be entered after death, nor were they punishments or rewards handed down by some external authority. They were states of mind, created moment by his own choices, reactions, and awareness. In every instant, he himself was standing at the threshold, able to step through the gate of hell by grasping at anger, pride, and delusion, or through the gate of paradise by choosing awareness, humility, and compassion. The Buddha once taught, "What we are today comes from our thoughts of yesterday, and our present thoughts build our life of tomorrow. Our life is the creation of our mind." These words illuminate the samurai's sudden awakening. The fires of hell and the light of paradise are not fixed locations. They are woven into the fabric of our moment-to-moment experience. Suffering and freedom are not imposed upon us from outside, but arise from within, depending on how we meet the circumstances of life. Why, then, do we so readily create our own hell realms? Zen Buddhism identifies several habitual patterns that lead us into these fiery states. First is reactivity, the almost automatic way we respond to perceived threats or discomfort with fixed patterns of emotion and behavior. The samurai's instant leap from pride to rage illustrates how swiftly we can fall into hell. One mocking laugh, one sharp insult, and suddenly the heart is aflame, the mind clouded, the body tense with violence. Hell was not waiting for him somewhere beyond death. It erupted immediately in his own chest. Second is identification with self-image, our attachment to how we see ourselves and how we expect others to see us. For the samurai, his identity as an honorable and respected warrior was like armor around his heart. Yet that armor also made him fragile. The master's taunt pierced directly through it. The moment his self-image was threatened, the illusion of dignity collapsed, and in its place arose the inferno of humiliation and rage. Third is the disconnect from awareness. When overcome by strong emotions, we often lose touch with our deeper observing consciousness. In the heat of anger, the samurai completely forgot his original quest, the very reason he had come to seek wisdom about life and death. His vision narrowed to one object alone, the insult, and the urge to destroy the one who had delivered it. In this narrowing, he lost his freedom. The Japanese concept of fudoshin, often translated as immovable mind, points to the opposite of this reactivity. It is the quality of inner equanimity that remains steady regardless of external provocations or circumstances. Fudoshin does not mean a frozen or suppressed state of being. Rather, it is a fluid stability, a centered awareness that allows emotions to arise without being swept away by them. Like a mountain unmoved bypassing cloud, the mind in Fudoshin can witness anger without becoming anger, can feel insult without being destroyed by it. The samurai glimpsed this immovable mind. In the moment he lowered his sword, with humility, he stepped back from reactivity into conscious choice. That single gesture marked his passage from hell into paradise. Zen practice is a training in this art of awareness. Through meditation, we learn to watch our thoughts and emotions as they arise, recognizing them without immediately acting upon them. Through mindfulness in daily life, we observe our habitual triggers, the words, gestures, or situations that ignite our reactions. Through the teaching of non-self, we gradually loosen our grip on rigid identities, reducing the suffering that comes when those identities are challenged. The Buddha expressed this truth simply: you will not be punished for your anger, you will be punished by your anger. In other words, anger is not wrong because some external power condemns it. Anger is suffering in itself. The burning chest, the restless mind, the clenched jaw, these are the punishments. We do not need to wait for some later hell. The punishment arrives in the very moment of rage. And likewise, moments of paradise arise not as reward from without, but as the natural fruit of compassion, awareness, and presence. When the heart softens, when the mind opens, when pride gives way to humility, then paradise reveals itself, luminous and serene, within the very same circumstances that once felt like torment. In your own life, notice these gates of hell and paradise as they appear in ordinary moments. Perhaps you receive a harsh word and feel your body tighten with defensiveness. Perhaps your pride is touched and anger flares up. In such moments, pause and remember this is the gate of hell. And when you take a breath, soften your grip and choose awareness instead of reaction. This is the gate of paradise. Heaven and hell are not far away. They are here, now, always at hand. With each breath, you stand before both gates. Which one you step through is decided not by fate, but by the quality of your awareness in this very moment. This simple story of Ryoan and the thief reveals a profound truth about the nature of wealth, happiness, and freedom. The thief searched desperately for material treasures, convinced that only by taking from another could he find what he lacked. Yet Ryoan had already discovered a treasure beyond measure, the ability to rest content within the simplicity of the present moment. His wealth was not in coins, robes, or objects, but in his capacity to see beauty, like the luminous moon that no thief could ever steal. The Buddha once taught, "Let us rise up and be thankful. If we did not learn much today, at least we learned a little. If we did not learn a little, at least we did not fall ill. If we fell ill, at least we did not die. So let us all be thankful." This teaching mirrors Ryoan's perspective. Gratitude does not wait for everything to be perfect. It arises from the simple recognition of what is here, right now. For Ryoan, the moonlight spilling across the mountainside was enough to fill his heart with joy. His hut may have been bare, but his spirit was overflowing. Why then do we so often search for happiness in the wrong places? Zen Buddhism identifies several common patterns that lead us astray. First is our conditioning toward acquisition. From an early age, we are taught to believe that accumulating more possessions, more experiences, more recognition, more achievements will lead to lasting fulfillment. Consumer culture reinforces this endlessly, whispering in our ears, just one more purchase, one more upgrade, one more success, and then you will finally be happy. Yet this promise is never fulfilled, because once obtained, each object or achievement loses its shine. The cycle of craving begins again, leaving us chasing shadows. Second is our confusion between pleasure and happiness. Pleasure arises when we obtain what we desire, but its nature is fleeting. A delicious meal is soon digested. A new possession quickly becomes ordinary. The moment of triumph fades, replaced by a new goal to pursue. Ryoan's wisdom reveals a different path. True happiness does not come from acquiring what is absent, but from awakening to what is already present. Happiness is the capacity to see the moon even when the hut is empty, to feel contentment, not because conditions are perfect, but because awareness is open and grateful. Third is our attachment to control. We imagine that if we can shape our lives just right, by arranging circumstances, people, and possessions, we will secure lasting peace. Yet life is ever changing. Control is always partial and temporary. Ryon had no control over the thief who entered his hut, yet his peace remained untouched because it did not depend on circumstances. By releasing the need to hold tightly, he discovered freedom in letting things be. In Zen, this attitude of release is not passive resignation, but profound liberation. It echoes the teaching of non-attachment, not the rejection of possessions, but the freedom to hold them lightly, without letting them define our happiness. Ryoan's robe could be taken, but the moonlight, his gratitude and his contentment could not. The Japanese word wabi-sabi captures something of this spirit. It refers to a way of seeing beauty and simplicity, imperfection and transience. To live with wabi-sabi is to recognize that life's richness is not in what is flawless or grand, but in the ordinary, weathered, and fleeting. Ryoan's moonlit night is wabi-sabi in action, a naked monk in a poor hut, gazing at the vast sky with a heart overflowing in wonder. In practical terms, this teaching invites us to pause and notice the small, overlooked treasures in our own lives. The warmth of sunlight through a window, the sound of wind moving through trees, the presence of a friend or loved one. These cannot be bought, stolen, or lost in the same way material possessions can. They are gifts, always waiting for our attention. The Buddha taught, health is the greatest gift, contentment the greatest wealth, trust the best of relationships, and nirvana the highest joy. Notice that none of these require external acquisitions. They are found in the quality of our being, not in the things we own. Tonight, as you reflect before rest, notice where you may still be searching for happiness outside yourself. Do you believe the next purchase, the next success, the next recognition will finally bring peace? Or can you, like Ryle, open your eyes to the moon already shining in your life? The quiet blessings that no thief, no loss, no circumstance can take away. When we release the grasping after more, we find ourselves standing in a vast field of enough. And in that field, joy blossoms effortlessly, like moonlight spilling across an empty hut. The elderly master listened with kind attention, nodding slowly as the young seeker poured out his confusion. The seeker described how he had studied many scriptures, tried different forms of meditation, and spoken with various teachers. Yet, instead of clarity, he only felt more divided. One teacher insists that chanting is the true path. Another tells me that silent meditation is essential. Some emphasize discipline and renunciation. Others speak of freedom and spontaneity. Each path claims to lead to awakening, yet they seem to point in opposite directions. How do I know which one is true? How do I choose the right boat to cross this river of life? The master remained silent for a long moment, gazing at the wide river flowing before them. Finally, he pointed to the river itself and said, "Do you see all these boats tied along the shore?" The seeker looked and nodded. Each boat is built differently. Some are small and swift, some large and sturdy, some made of wood, others of bamboo. Yet despite their differences, they all serve one purpose: to carry travelers to the other shore. The details of construction matter far less than the simple fact that the boat floats and that you have the courage to step into it. The seeker frowned. "But how do I know which boat is best for me?" The master smiled gently. "That depends not on the boat itself, but on how you use it. A boat that sits unused, no matter how fine, will never carry you across. But even a humble raft, if you step into it with trust and persistence, will take you to the far shore. What matters is not endless comparison, but commitment. Choose one, enter it fully, and let it carry you. The river cannot be crossed by standing on the bank, debating boats." The words struck the young seeker deeply. He realized that his endless search for the perfect path had become its own obstacle. By trying to reconcile and compare every teaching, he had avoided committing to any. His indecision had left him stranded on the shore. The master continued, "Teachings may appear contradictory because they meet people at different stages and needs. One person may need discipline to steady a restless mind. Another may need freedom to soften a rigid heart. The Dharma adapts like water, taking the shape of each vessel. But the river itself, the truth of impermanence, of interdependence, of the present moment, remains the same. What differs is only the boat that carries you to see it." The Buddha once taught, just as a man who has crossed a river with the help of a raft does not carry it on his back when he reaches the other shore, so too should teachings be let go once their purpose is served. The master reminded the seeker of this. Even the boat you choose is not the goal. It is only a means. Once you have crossed, you will not need to cling to it. The purpose of practice is not to defend a method, but to realize the freedom beyond all methods. Hearing this, the young seeker bowed deeply. He saw that his confusion came not from the teachings themselves, but from his mind's endless grasping for certainty. The master's words opened a new possibility: to stop analyzing, to choose with trust, and to walk one path wholeheartedly. Zen practice often emphasizes this spirit of wholeheartedness, ichigyo sanmai, or samadhi in one practice. Rather than scattering energy across many techniques, it invites us to pour ourselves into the one practice before us, whether that is sitting meditation, mindful breathing, or even sweeping the monastery floor. Each practice, if entered completely, contains the whole of awakening. In our own lives, the story of the boats speaks to the paralysis of overthinking. Modern culture bombards us with countless paths to self-improvement, countless methods of meditation, countless philosophies of living. It is easy to get caught in endless comparison, hoping to find the perfect method before we begin. But the wisdom of the master reminds us, the best path is the one we walk. The only boat that matters is the one we step into. The Buddha taught, there are many paths to the mountain, but the view from the top is the same. What matters is not the number of maps we study, but the courage to take one step after another. Tonight, as you reflect in stillness, notice where you may be standing at the shore of your own river, waiting analyzing, debating, but not stepping in. Can you trust the boat before you, however imperfect it may seem? Can you release the need to find the best way and instead give yourself fully to the way available here and now? In choosing one boat wholeheartedly, you discover that the river itself has been waiting all along to carry you. Master, the young man began, his voice carrying both respect and desperation. I have studied yoga, practiced various forms of meditation, read the sutras, explored rituals and ceremonies, and even delved into esoteric practices. Each tradition claims to be the true path to enlightenment, yet they point in different directions. One urges discipline, another praises devotion, still another insists on wisdom or service. How can I possibly know which is the right path for me? How can I be sure I'm not wasting my time, or worse, following a false teaching? The master listened without interruption, his eyes calm like the surface of a deep pool. After a moment, he smiled gently and beckoned the young man to follow. They walked in silence until they reached the riverbank, where the wide current glistened in the light of the setting sun. Several boats were moored there, sturdy fishing vessels with nets, heavy cargo transports built for endurance, small wooden rowboats designed for simplicity, and elegant crafts with tall sails, meant to catch the wind. Tell me, the master said, gesturing toward the boats, which of these is the right boat? The seeker blinked in confusion. The right boat for what, master? Exactly, the master replied with a nod. Without knowing your destination, how can you choose the proper vessel? Some boats are designed for fishing, others for carrying goods across long distances. Some for speed, others for navigating shallow waters. None is inherently right or wrong. Each has its purpose. Each serves according to conditions. So it is with spiritual practices. The question is not which path is universally right, but which serves your particular journey. Where are you trying to go? What obstacles lie before you? What is the temperament of your mind and heart? The answers to these questions, not the arguments of others, will guide your choice of vessel. The seeker furrowed his brow. But master, surely some spiritual paths must be superior to others. Some must lead to a greater truth, must they not? The master stooped, picked up a small stone and tossed it into the flowing river. Ripples spread outward in widening circles. Tell me, he asked, is a fishing boat superior to a passenger ferry? Is a sailboat better than a rowboat? Each fulfills its function. Superiority is not an absolute, but a matter of circumstance. A rowboat will fail in a storm at sea, but in a narrow stream, it may be the only vessel that can pass. Likewise, a ferry may seem impressive, yet it is useless in shallow waters where a humble raft glides easily. In truth, comparison distracts from the essence. All these boats, despite their differences, share one essential purpose: to cross the water without sinking. He paused, letting the sound of the rushing current fill the silence. Similarly, all genuine spiritual paths, despite their outer differences in method, ritual, or emphasis, share a common aim: to free us from suffering and illusion, to awaken us to our true nature. The forms diverge, but the heart converges. The seeker lowered his gaze, pondering the words. Then how do I choose? He asked quietly. By knowing yourself, the master replied. Pay attention to which teachings resonate deeply with you. Notice which practices bear fruit in your life. Do they make you calmer, kinder, more awake to the moment? Do they open your heart or entangle it further? Choose the path that feels like coming home, the one that nurtures sincerity in your practice, rather than endless striving. Trust your direct experience over abstract arguments, for truth is tasted, not debated, and never Forget. Here the master's eyes softened. The boat is not the destination. It is a vehicle, nothing more. When you reach the other shore, you do not strap the boat to your back and carry it. You leave it behind, grateful for its service, but free of attachment. The teachings are to be lived, not clung to. The seeker fell silent, absorbing the lesson. The tension that had bound his shoulders began to soften. Finally, he bowed deeply, gratitude shining through his uncertainty. He saw that his quest was not for the universally right path, but for the path that would serve his unique crossing of the waters of life. The Buddha once said, "I teach one thing, and one thing only, suffering and the end of suffering." This teaching reveals the pragmatic heart of true practice, not metaphysical speculation, not the victory of one doctrine over another, but the simple, profound effectiveness of the path in liberating us from unnecessary anguish and awakening us to freedom and compassion. Like the boats in the master's story, different traditions may differ in their design, but their ultimate purpose converges on this one essential aim. Why then do we become so confused and conflicted about spiritual paths? Zen Buddhism identifies several tendencies that feed this dilemma. First is our habit of dualistic thinking, the mind's compulsion to divide the vastness of reality into narrow categories of right and wrong, true and false, superior and inferior. This rigid framework blinds us to the possibility that many paths may be skillful, each suited to particular conditions and individuals. Second is our attachment to form over function. We become fixated on the outer garments of practice, the rituals, doctrines, symbols, or cultural expressions, while overlooking their inner purpose. We may argue fiercely about methods or beliefs, forgetting to ask the most important question: does this practice actually lessen my suffering? Does it make me wiser, more compassionate, more present? Third is our restless pursuit of certainty. We crave guarantees that the path we follow is the one true way, hoping to escape the vulnerability of doubt. Yet this craving itself becomes a hindrance, trapping us in endless searching, comparing, and hesitation. In truth, the path unfolds only through walking. Certainty grows not from argument, but from direct experience, from the gradual fruits of sincere practice. Hakuin was a renowned Zen master who lived in Japan during the Edo period, celebrated for his uncompromising style and his deep commitment to reviving Zen in an age when it had grown stagnant. Unlike many teachers who offered gentle encouragement, Hakuin was fierce, demanding, and relentless. His students both feared and loved him, for he challenged them not to become complacent in intellectual study or empty ritual, but to break through directly into living realization. Among the many koans, paradoxical questions, statements, or images used in Zen training, Hakuin employed, his most famous was deceptively simple. What is the sound of one hand? This question was not a puzzle to be solved with cleverness, but a device to short-circuit ordinary thinking and force the practitioner into an encounter with reality beyond words. One day, an earnest young monk came to study with Hakuin. The monk had already undergone years of preliminary training, practicing meditation, chanting, and discipline in monasteries. Yet despite his dedication, his understanding remained primarily intellectual. He could recite sutras, debate doctrine, and explain Buddhist philosophy at length, but his heart longed for a more direct breakthrough. After testing the monk with some initial practices, Hakuin finally assigned him the famous koan. "You must discover the sound of one hand," Hakuin said, his voice sharp but steady. "Until you do, you will understand nothing of Zen." The monk bowed deeply and retreated to his cell. Day and night, he turned the phrase in his mind. The sound of one hand. His thoughts rushed in circles. Is it silence? Is it the rustling of the wind? Is it the essence of emptiness? His training told him that logical answers would not suffice, yet his mind could not help but chase after them. After several days of sleepless meditation, he returned to Hakuin's quarters for Sanzen, the private interview where students present their understanding. His eyes were weary, but he felt a surge of confidence. "Master," he said earnestly, "I believe I have the answer. The sound of one hand is the sound of water flowing in a stream." Hakuin's sharp eyes pierced him like arrows. He shook his head firmly. "No, keep working." The monk bowed again, chastened but determined. He returned to his cushion and meditated more intensely, listening to every sound around him, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, the tolling of the monastery bell. Perhaps, he thought, the sound of one hand was like the sound of wind moving through the pines, or the distant cry of a bird. When his body grew sore from sitting, he experimented by clapping one hand against his arm or thigh, straining to hear what sound might arise from a single hand's movement. Once again he presented himself before Hakuin. "Master," he said, "I believe I understand now. The sound of one hand is the rustling of the wind." Hakumon's expression did not soften. He shook his head once more. "No, keep working." Again and again the monk came, each time presenting a new idea, the sound of breath, the sound of silence, the sound of spirit beyond sound. Each time Hakuin dismissed him without hesitation. The monk grew frustrated, exhausted, even despairing. Yet Hakuin offered no relief. The repeated rejection was not cruelty but compassion, designed to drive the monk beyond the trap of conceptual thinking into the living heart of experience. The monk returned to his meditation chamber, determined yet weary. The koan echoed endlessly in his mind. What is the sound of one hand? At first, his thoughts kept leaping toward the obvious, the tangible, the sensory. A week later, he approached Hakuin once again, bowing deeply before offering his next attempt. "Master," he said with conviction, "I have it now. The sound of one hand is the sound of wind moving through pine needles." Hakuin's eyes were steady, his reply firm but not unkind. "No, that is still the sound of something. Go deeper." The monk bowed again and retreated. Days passed into weeks, weeks into months. Each time he returned with a new response, the cry of a bird, the rustle of leaves, the ringing of the temple bell across the valley. Each time Hakuin shook his head. Each time the monk was sent back to sit again, to wear down his restless mind in the fire of inquiry. At first, the cycle left him frustrated. He felt as if he were failing repeatedly, stumbling in the same place with no progress. But slowly, imperceptibly, something began to shift. His striving softened. He stopped looking for clever answers to satisfy his teacher, and began instead to let the questions sink beneath thought, into the marrow of his being. One morning, as dawn light spread across the mountain, and the world was still hushed in silence, the monk sat in meditation with the koan. He was no longer trying to grasp it, no longer reaching for an answer. He simply let it echo within him. In that moment, something within gave way, like ice breaking under spring thaw. The boundaries between the question and the one questioning dissolved. He rose and hurried to Hakuin's quarters, bowing deeply as he entered. Hakuin looked at him with sharp expectancy. "What is the sound of one hand?" The monk did not respond with words. Instead, he stood fully present, radiating a clarity and immediacy that required no explanation. His silence was not empty, but alive, overflowing with direct understanding. Hakuin smiled, his fierce eyes softening. He nodded once. The breakthrough was complete. The monk had finally gone beyond seeking answers, beyond the grasp of conceptual thought, into the living experience of reality itself. The Buddha taught, the finger pointing to the moon is not the moon. This teaching highlights the distinction between concepts that merely indicate truth and the direct realization that is truth itself. The monk's long struggle from offering intellectual guesses to demonstrating realization wordlessly mirrors this fundamental shift from knowledge about reality to reality itself. Why then do we so persistently mistake concepts for reality? Zen Buddhism identifies several patterns that entangle us. First is our educational conditioning. From childhood, we are taught that knowledge means thinking, analyzing, verbalizing. This schooling cultivates the mind's brilliance, but often at the cost of other ways of knowing: intuition, direct perception, embodied awareness. We learn to trust explanations more than experience. Second is our discomfort with not knowing. The open, questioning mind feels uncertain, vulnerable, even threatening when faced with a riddle like what is the sound of one hand. The compulsion to produce an answer arises instantly, yet the power of the koan lies not in solving it, but in staying with the ungraspable mystery, allowing it to work upon us in silence. Third is our separation of knowing from being. We tend to treat understanding as something we can possess, like an object stored in memory. Zen points to a different kind of knowing, embodied realization, where truth is not held as an idea, but lived directly. To know impermanence is not to recite it, but to feel it in the body when a loved one passes, to breathe it with every changing moment of life. The Japanese term mu, literally nothing or no thing, is often used in Zen to break through conceptual grasping. When Master Joshu was asked whether a dog has Buddha nature, he simply replied, mu, not as a denial, but as a way of cutting through the framework of the question itself. Such responses are not answers but doorways, pointing the student beyond dualistic categories into direct encounter. In this same way, koans like the sound of one hand are not riddles to be solved, but devices to exhaust the grasping mind until it collapses into openness. When logical thought reaches its limit, a different mode of knowing can emerge, a direct seeing beyond the reach of words. The Buddha said, "As a solid rock is not shaken by the wind, so the wise are not shaken by praise or blame." This unshakable steadiness does not come from conceptual understanding, which can be overturned by counter-arguments or doubt. It arises from realization so direct and embodied that it becomes the very fabric of one's being. In your own life, notice the difference between knowing something as an idea and embodying it as truth. You may know conceptually that life is impermanent, yet that remains abstract until you stand at a graveside and feel the truth in your bones. You may understand mindfulness intellectually, yet that is different from actually resting in the vivid immediacy of present awareness. Tonight, as you rest in awareness, see if you can move beyond ideas about relaxation or sleep into the direct experience of it. Let go of expectations about how it should feel and simply be with what is. As the Buddha taught, don't just do something, sit there. This instruction, which reverses our usual impulse toward activity, invites us into direct experience beyond the busy turbulence of the conceptual mind. Rather than rushing to do, it asks us simply to. It is this invitation that leads us into our final story, one that points toward the way beyond seeking itself. This is the story of the sacred mountain. Long ago in ancient China, a young scholar named Li devoted his life to spiritual study. He had spent years poring over sutras and scriptures, memorizing sacred verses, and debating with learned masters. His intellect was sharp and his knowledge vast, yet he felt a gnawing emptiness. Despite his scholarly accomplishments, something essential eluded him: a living experience of the truths the words described. One evening, Li overheard a traveler speak of a great Zen master who lived alone as a hermit on a distant sacred mountain. The master, it was said, did not dwell in libraries or lecture halls, but in silence, simplicity, and presence. Li felt a stirring in his heart, a longing that no text could quiet. He resolved to seek this master, convinced that perhaps there, on that remote mountain, he would finally discover the essence he sought. The journey was long and arduous. For many days he walked through tangled forests, across rivers, and up steep mountain paths. The trails were rocky and uneven. Roots snagged his sandals, and sharp winds pressed against his body. Often he had to stop to catch his breath, feeling the weight of exhaustion. Yet, along the way, his senses were touched by unexpected beauty, towering pines whispering in the breeze, wildflowers bursting with color, streams so clear they mirrored the sky. At times the trees parted and revealed sweeping views of valleys below, a vast landscape stretching into mist. At last, weary but determined, Li arrived at a small hut, perched high on the slope. Smoke curled gently from its chimney, and an elderly master stood waiting at the doorway, his presence calm and steady, like the mountain itself. The master welcomed Li warmly, offering him a place to rest and a simple meal. After the silence of eating together, Li shared his purpose. "Master," he began, bowing respectfully, "I have studied many spiritual texts. I have memorized doctrines, recited verses, and engaged in debates. I know the philosophies of many traditions, yet I feel I am missing their heart. I have come to ask you, what is the ultimate truth? What is the final goal of all this seeking? What is enlightenment?" The master listened quietly, his eyes soft but penetrating. After a pause, he said gently, "Before I answer, would you care for some tea?" Li nodded. The master rose, heating water slowly over the fire. As they waited, he asked Li, "Tell me, what did you notice as you climbed the mountain to reach this hut?" Li thought for a moment. The path was steep and difficult. Many rocks and roots blocked the way, and often I had to stop to rest. "And did you notice anything else?" the master asked. "Yes," Li replied, his voice warming as he remembered. There were beautiful pine trees and wildflowers blooming by the path. I crossed a stream with the clearest water I have ever seen, and sometimes when the trees opened, I saw breathtaking views of the valleys stretching far below. The master nodded, pouring the steaming tea into 2 cups. He handed one to Li and sat beside him at the doorway. From where they sat, the vast landscape unfolded, mountains rising in the distance, clouds drifting lazily across the sky, birds soaring in silence. They drank their tea together, letting the stillness speak. After some time, the master said softly, "The truth you seek was not hidden from you. It was present in every step of your journey, the effort of climbing, the fatigue you felt, the beauty of the flowers, the challenges of the rocks. It is here now, in this simple cup of tea, in these mountains before us, in the awareness in which all of these arise." He set down his cup. "There is nothing to attain beyond what is already present. Enlightenment is not some distant goal or special state, separate from ordinary life. It is the recognition of the extraordinary within the ordinary, the sacred nature shining in every moment." The master gestured to the scene before them, the mountain peaks, the clouds, the open sky. "This mountain you call sacred is no more sacred than the ground where your home stands. These pines are no different in essence from the trees in your village. This moment is no different from any other moment of your life. The sacred is not in the place, but in the seeing." Li frowned slightly, confused. Then why did I need to make this long, difficult journey? Why do we study, practice, and seek at all? The master smiled knowingly. The journey was necessary, but not because the truth was hidden on this mountain. It was necessary because you believed it was. Sometimes we must travel far, exhaust our seeking, and wear ourselves out before we finally recognize what has never been absent. The path leads us not to something new, but back to what has always been here. The words settled in Lee's heart like a stone sinking into still water. For the first time, he did not feel the urge to ask another question. The silence of the mountain, the warmth of the tea, and the presence of the master seemed to contain everything he had ever sought. The spiritual path is not about finding what is missing, but about seeing what has always been here. As they sat together in the quiet glow of the mountain evening, Lee began to sense this directly. The truth he had sought through libraries, debates, and distant travels was not hidden in esoteric doctrines or extraordinary states. It revealed itself in the simple, unfiltered encounter with life itself, in the steep climb, the clear stream, the taste of tea, and the silence that embraced them now. The Buddha once said, "If we could see the miracle of a single flower clearly, our whole life would change." This points to the radical shift in perception that occurs when we stop overlooking the ordinary and begin to recognize the profound within it. To truly see a flower, a breath, a moment of stillness, is to see into the very nature of life. Lee's journey up the sacred mountain mirrors our own common assumption that truth must lie elsewhere, waiting in some far-off place, hidden behind great effort or rare conditions. Yet Zen asks, why do we cling so stubbornly to this belief? Zen teaching identifies several patterns that sustain this illusion. First is idealization. We build mental images of enlightenment, peace, or fulfillment, perfect and flawless, and then compare our ordinary life against these imagined ideals. In doing so, we guarantee disappointment, for no lived moment can match an abstraction. Second is spiritual bypassing. Instead of facing the challenges and rawness of daily existence, we use spiritual concepts as escape routes. By projecting truth onto a distant sacred mountain, we excuse ourselves from discovering it here, in the midst of work, relationships, and struggle. Third is postponement. Conditioned by culture, we assume life will be complete only after some future achievement, once we have attained, acquired, or perfected something. In this way, we endlessly defer our own freedom, never noticing the completeness already present. The Japanese practice of shikantaza, just sitting, embodies the master's lesson. In this meditation, there is no striving for visions, no attempt to suppress or cultivate states. One simply sits, meeting reality as it is. This radical acceptance affirms that awakening is not hidden in special experiences, but available in this very breath, this very moment. Zen Master Dogen wrote, "If you cannot find the truth right where you are, where else do you expect to find it?" His challenge cuts through centuries of seeking. Truth is not waiting on another mountaintop, in another lifetime, or in someone else's words. It is woven into the fabric of now. Like Lee, we exhaust ourselves in pursuit, only to discover that nothing was ever missing. The Buddha said, "It is in the nature of things that joy arises in a person free from remorse." When we release the struggle of rejecting the present in favor of an imagined future, joy emerges naturally. What ends is not life's richness, but the restless searching that obscures it. And so we turn inward in your own life. Can you notice when you fall into the belief that peace, clarity, or wholeness lies elsewhere? Perhaps you think relief will come once a particular problem is resolved, or that connection will be more real with different people. or that life will finally be whole when the right conditions align. Each of these thoughts quietly refuses the gift of the present, missing the sacred mountain that is already beneath your feet. Tonight, as our journey through these stories draws to a close, can you recognize that the peace you sought through listening is not separate from the awareness in which you are listening? The wisdom you hope to discover is not distant. It is already alive in your direct experience of this very moment. The Buddha taught, peace comes from within. Do not seek it without. The ultimate truth is not concealed in hidden texts or remote mountains, but in the miracle of ordinary awareness, the silent witness that has been present through each step of this journey together. Let us pause here in this stillness and reflect on the ground we have covered. We have traveled through stories, old and timeless, yet each pointed back to the same living truth. The empty boat reminded us that much of our suffering comes not from life itself, but from the meanings and assumptions we project onto it. The sound of one hand revealed that truth cannot be grasped through concepts alone, but must be realized directly beyond words and ideas. The sacred mountain showed us that what we seek is not elsewhere or later, but present here and now in the very ordinariness of life. Together, these teachings form a single thread. Peace, clarity, and awakening are not waiting to be found. They are already woven into this very moment. So, as we close, I invite you to rest in this awareness, the same awareness that listened to these words, that breathes this breath, that witnesses this moment. The journey is complete, not because it has ended, but because it has always been whole. The monk and the tiger showed us how to discover joy in the present moment, even when danger and difficulty surround us. The two arrows revealed that, while pain is inevitable, suffering is optional, created when we add resistance and fear to what life brings. The mustard seed helped us understand the universal nature of loss and how grief connects us to the shared impermanence of all beings. The farmer and the horse reminded us of the wisdom of suspending judgment, allowing life's unfolding to reveal its deeper patterns. From the Buddha and the angry man, we learn that we can choose whether to accept or refuse the negativity others try to give us. The monk with the teacup taught us that embracing impermanence opens the door to deeper gratitude. The Buddha and the robe revealed the essence of true generosity, not in the gift itself, but in the spirit of giving. The two monks and the river encouraged us not to carry burdens long after their purpose has passed. The cricket in the temple reminded us to value inner silence, for in stillness subtle wisdom becomes. The king and the laughing man showed that contentment comes not from acquiring more, but from fully receiving the present moment. The Zen master and the thief demonstrated the transformative power of giving freely, without attachment. The master archer revealed that mastery is born from undivided attention and presence. The heavy stone reminded us to look beyond assumptions, where new possibilities and creative solutions arise. The empty cup called us to approach life with receptivity, setting aside the weight of fixed ideas. The farmer's wise response revealed the power of equanimity in the face of life's uncertainties. The Zen master's tea reminded us that true understanding comes only when we empty ourselves of rigid opinions. The samurai at the gate taught us that heaven and hell are not distant realms, but states created in our own minds. Ryoan and the moon revealed that the greatest treasures are freely given, waiting only for our eyes to open in wonder. The right boat reminded us that the true path is the one that serves our unique journey, not a universal prescription. The sound of one hand pointed us beyond intellectual answers toward the immediacy of direct realization. And the sacred mountain revealed that what we seek through all our striving has never been absent, but is present in every ordinary moment of life. The Buddha said, 3 things cannot remain long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. These stories shine light on that hidden truth, not as abstract concepts, but as living invitations to meet life with greater presence, compassion, and wisdom. As you continue along your own path, may these ancient teachings accompany you, not as burdens to carry, but as lanterns to gently illuminate your steps. May you rest peacefully, wake refreshed, and carry the clarity of this journey into the dawn of a new day.